LoveLore Library. Chapter 10-12. After Yunxing received a new summoner's ring, the seventh summoner proudly showed off his ring to her. According to the Zao State summoner's level, the summoners were ranked from lowest to highest: Beast Speaker, Beast Summoner, Scepter Summoner, Wizard Beast Summoner, Saint Beast Summoner, 13 summoners, and the Emperor Zao in red. According to the level, the summoner's ring was different for each level. The body of the ring was from the most common iron ring to the highest purple gold ring. The soul stones embedded in the ring were also from low-level magical beasts to saint-level magical beasts. Legend has it that the soul stone on Emperor Zao's ring was from a mythical beast. But starting from the Saint Beast Summoner, including the Saint Beast Summoner and the 13 summoners, they were all above the level of Saint Beast. Their summoners' rings were easy to recognize. Especially the 13 summoners of the Zao State. Their 13 summoners' rings were all specially made and easy to recognize. The ring on the Shark Man's hand was the same as the one on the 7th summoner's ring and the one on the 2nd summoner's ring that Yunxing had killed. The only difference was that the soul stones on it were slightly different. However, Yunxing felt that the power of the Shark Man's ring was much higher than that of the 2nd and 7th summoners. His position in the Zao State must be high and powerful. But why would the Zao State summoner suddenly appear in the deep sea? Or was this unknown summoner like her, who came to find out the cause of death of the magical beasts in the Magic Beasts Forest? Yunxing thought to herself, but she quickly denied this idea. From the attitude of the 7th summoner, it was obvious that he didn't want others to know what happened in the Magic Beasts Forest. It was even more impossible for him to tell other summoners about it. Also, the volcanic lake was one of the forbidden areas in the Zao State. Very few people knew that the bottom of the lake was directly connected to the Penglai Sea. Therefore, this summoner definitely didn't come for the cause of death of the magical beasts in the Magic Beasts Forest. The reason he came to the bottom of the sea was probably because of the seal at the bottom of the sea. Yunxing's guess was quickly confirmed, because the next move of the summoner was to target the volcano seal at the bottom of the sea. Transparent bubbles emerged from the sharkman's gills. When he was about 500 meters away from the magic array, he began to chant. As he chanted, the surrounding waves surged rapidly, and the abundant power of water condensed into a magic array. The icy blue light of ice magic was like a meteor in the dark night, flashing with a cold light. 8 ice tridents that were nearly 1 meter tall emerged from the sea. A murderous glint appeared in the sharkman's long and narrow fish eyes. With a wave of his arm, his aura was astonishing, as if he was a general commanding an army of thousands. The 8 icy tridents were like 8 death nails, piercing towards the 8 corners of the volcano seal: east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast and northwest. Yunxing was not proficient in magic arrays, but with her Shen-Nong pupil, she could see that the 8 positions of the sharkman's attack were very exquisite. They happened to be the 8 positions where the magic power of the entire magic array was the weakest. Once these 8 positions were hit, it was like the 8 main acupoints of the human body. The condensation of magic power would be greatly hindered. After a long time, the entire volcano seal would be affected. At this time, the 8 tridents had sunk into the magic array. At that moment, the magic seal text in the dark red magic array emitted a blood-like red light. Then, a terrible sound like the roar of a wild beast came from the magic array. There was no movement in the magic array, but there was a change. The whole magic array was like a pot of boiling lava, bright red and shining. Within the lava, an indistinct angry expression that resembled a human face appeared. "Damn Shark Man, it's you again. This lord will kill you one day." The angry face in the magic array roared at the Sharkman. After the Sharkman's attack succeeded, the Sharkman's shark mouth opened, revealing a sinister smile. He did not stay any longer and immediately used his movement skill, turning into a trident shark again, and swam quickly to the sea. Lava could only watch helplessly as the shark man ran away again. He could only feel his anger rising. The reactions of the lava angry face and the shark man in the magic array showed that the two had been enemies for a long time. Yunxing saw it clearly from the side. Just as the lava angry face gradually dimmed and was about to go back to sleep, it keenly smelled two unfamiliar auras. The two auras turned out to be from a seemingly ordinary deep-sea anemone not far away. Who is it? Who dares to disturb the lava venerable's dream? Within a day, the lava angry face had been disturbed one after another, and it was already furious. Different from the shark man, the lava angry face was the guardian beast guarding the volcano seal that Ji Romo and Yunxing had mentioned earlier. It had the power of volcanic lava and transformed into the master of molten flame. It had guarded this area of the deep sea for thousands of years. It knew every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every sand in the sea. It had never sensed this unfamiliar aura before. It was obvious that it was an intruder like the shark man. Anyone who gets close to the volcano seal must be killed. In the magic array, a mixture of lava that was dozens of meters high suddenly rushed out. It turned into a hand of lava and was about to grab King Anemone. Wherever the hand of lava passed, the seawater quickly turned into heat waves. As soon as it approached, it could directly barbecue a person into human jerky. Fortunately, Yunxing had the hellfire of the elves, so she was not afraid of this kind of high temperature. King Anemone's hundreds of tentacles stretched and retracted. With a whoosh, it darted out hundreds of meters and landed at the position where the shark man was previously. Yunxing had been watching coldly from the side just now, so she could see clearly. The volcano guardian beast seemed to be unable to leave the volcano seal. As long as it was in the position of the shark man, it would not be afraid of attacks. Sure enough, the pair of lava hands could not move forward for a while. This feeling of watching but not being able to kill the intruder was not a good feeling. It was like sleeping soundly on a summer night, only to find that an annoying mosquito was disturbing one's sleep. Yunxing's actions completely angered the guardian of the volcano seal. In the magic array, a red light flashed. In an instant, a flame rushed up. A mountain-like lava giant that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in the magic array. Only then did Yunxing see the true appearance of the guardian of the volcano seal. It was tall and big, just like a modern-day transformer. Every muscle on its body was made of intertwined lava boulders. The blood in its body was flowing lava. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were also emitting a scorching red light. Ignorant intruder, leave the volcano seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The master of molten flame roared. Chapter 10:13. The master of molten flame glared angrily. When he saw the intruder's true identity, his ugly face became even more distorted. Lowly dark magic plant, how dare you disturb the guardian's peace? I'm going to crush you into pieces. The lava giant was created with the power of the volcano's lava. It had a bad temper and would get angry at the slightest provocation. Its arms started to move, and a flaming rock spear quickly condensed in its hand. It was ready to throw it at the dark magic plant that did not know what was good for it. However, at this moment, the dark magic plant's body emitted a magical wave that made the master of molten flame tremble. This was the magical wave of the summoning hand. The master of molten flame was created by the first pope by fusing the power of the summoning hand. Red tears rolled down the master of molten flame's eyes as if he had seen his family. Master, you're finally back. Xiaohua has been waiting for you for thousands of years. Xiaohua, Yunxing and King Anemone, who were in the tentacles of King Anemone, could not help but shiver when they heard the master of molten flame, who was almost 10 meters tall, call himself Xiaohua. I'm sorry, I'm not your master. I just have the summoning hand and coincidentally met you when you woke up. Yunxing coughed a few times. Just now, when she saw that the master of Molten Flame was about to get angry, Yunxing thought of the summoning hand in a moment of desperation. The master of Molten Flame was ordered to guard the volcano's seal. It did not recognize anyone except the first Emperor Zhao. The summoning hand in the orc language ring was the right hand of the first Emperor Zhao. It still had the aura of the first Emperor Zhao and might be able to subdue the master of Molten Flame. Yunsheng was only trying her luck and used the summoning hand. Unexpectedly, after the master of Molten Flame felt the familiar aura of the summoning hand, he immediately burst into tears and looked as if he wanted to hug Yunsheng and cry. No, you are Xiaohua's master. The first master said that if the summoning hand recognized him as its master one day, the person who had the hand would be Xiaohua's new master. Honorable master, please forgive Xiaohua's recklessness. Previously, Xiaohua thought that you were in cahoots with the evil shark man and that you were here to destroy the volcano's seal. The master of Molten Flame's emotions stabilized, but he was still agitated. He had guarded the volcano's seal alone for many years. He had been very lonely and had always wanted to find someone to talk to. However, he was ugly and too powerful. The sea beasts of the Penglai Sea did not dare to come to this part of the sea. For thousands of years, the master of Molten Flame had been muddle-headed at the bottom of the sea. He was half asleep and half awake. Yunxing comforted the master of Molten Flame and then asked about the shark man and the volcano's seal. The master of Molten Flame told Yunxing about the volcano's seal and the shark man with a hoarse voice. The master of Molten Flame was the guardian beast of the volcano's seal. Everyone in the Zhao state knew this, but very few people knew where the master of Molten Flame was hiding. For thousands of years, the people of the Zhao state had always thought that he was sleeping under the volcano's lake. Therefore, for many years, no one disturbed the master of Molten Flame. However, about 50 years ago, a powerful shark man broke into this area. The shark man was very cunning. At first, he only disguised himself as a shark and swam in the deep sea area. From time to time, he would get close to the master of Molten Flame. The master of Molten Flame had been at the bottom of the sea all year round. He had no friends and had always been very lonely. Although he had discovered this intruder and knew that he should be wary of the intruder, the sharkman's humorous conversation and extensive knowledge made the master of Molten Flame have a good impression of him. The shark man and the fire lord went back and forth. After about 10 years, the shark man finally won the fire lord's trust. The fire lord and the shark man talked about everything. He even told the shark man the weakness of the volcano's seal and the blind spots of his own attacks. After the shark man got the volcano's seal, he quickly revealed his true identity. He used powerful ice magic. The lava giant was a guardian beast of the fire element, so it avoided ice magic the most. That was why the shark man used the icy trident to attack the volcano's seal and the master of Molten Flame. After the master of Molten Flame learned the sharkman's true identity, he was furious. He wanted to kill the shark man who was full of venom. However, the shark man was not only good at magic, but he was also very fast at escaping. Every time he successfully destroyed the volcano's seal, he would immediately escape. The lava giant could not catch him every time. The volcano's seal was very powerful, but it could not withstand repeated ice magic attacks. These days, the color of the volcano's seal was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the master of Molten Flame was getting weaker and weaker. You mean, in the past few decades, the Murloc has been coming back to destroy the volcano's seal? Yunsheng was very surprised. Yes, Xiaohua failed to live up to the old master's advice. He trusted the evil villain, so the volcano's seal became what it is today, the lava giant said with regret. As the volcano's guardian beast, the lava giant could be said to be interdependent with the volcano's seal. If the volcano's seal was destroyed, he would eventually disappear. The master of molten flame had already felt that his life would dissipate at any time. Once the volcano's seal collapsed, the volcano in the fire island would erupt at any time. Yunsheng was also shocked when she heard the news. Once the volcano that had been sealed for thousands of years erupted, not to mention the Zhao state, even the entire Penglai state would be destroyed. Yunsheng could not help but be frightened by this terrible idea. At the same time, she also realized that the purpose of the Zhao state summoner was probably to destroy the volcano's seal, so as to achieve the purpose of destroying the Zhao state and Penglai. For nearly 50 years, the Shark Man had been lurking in the Zhao state as the summoner. On one hand, he held great power in the Zhao state, and on the other hand, he lurked in the deep sea from time to destroy the volcano's seal. What a shrewd and sinister man. Yunsheng thought for a while and concluded that this man must be a spy. The unknown summoner was probably another force, most likely a spy from the Bakra orcs. After figuring out that the volcano's seal was abnormal and that the volcano was likely to erupt at any time, the sudden death of the magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest was easily solved. The magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest, especially those high-level magical beasts that lived near volcanoes and lakes, were likely to feel the climate change. Yunsheng remembered that in her last life, she had heard that every time there was a major geological disaster, such as a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, some sensitive animals living in the local area would do strange things, such as committing suicide. It was likely that the magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest were the same. They had a premonition of the crisis, and in panic, they did something that was close to suicide. As long as the magical beasts' emotions were appeased, she believed that the sudden death of the magical beasts would be solved. However, before solving the death of the magical beasts, Yunsheng had to find a way to solve the volcano's seal. Chapter 10:14. Once the volcano on Fire Island erupted, the Zhao state, which was still unaware of the situation, would definitely be annihilated. Yunsheng hated the Zhao state very much. She also wished that the Zhao state would be annihilated by the eruption of the volcano. However, even if the Zhao state was guilty, the thousands of civilians in Penglai were innocent. Once the volcano erupted, those innocent people, the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest, and even the countless magical beasts living in the sea would also suffer. Yunsheng could not sit back and do nothing. She was the one who was most afraid of trouble, but who knew that trouble would always come to her again and again. Yunsheng entered the volcanic lake, found the volcanic seal, and ran into the Shark Man attacking the volcanic seal and Xiaohua. It was all unintentional. Her original intention was to track down the cause of the magical beast's death. She did not expect that she would accidentally discover the shocking conspiracy of the Zhao state spy. However, she also had a problem now. Not to mention that she did not know the specific identity of the lurking main summoner. Even if she knew the identity of the other party, how could she expose him? The other party was at the level of the main summoner and had a high position and power. On the other hand, Yunsheng was in an awkward position now. She had to hide the fact that she was the descendant of Celestial Fox and guard against others recognizing her fake identity as the regent of Great Zhou. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yunsheng could not expose the other party's identity and conspiracy. Therefore, Yunsheng could only use her wits and not fight head-on. Xiaohua, according to your estimate, how long can the volcanic seal last? Yunsheng asked. I can't hold on for more than a month. If the fishman attacks again during this period, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for more than 10 days. The Venerable of Lava Flame felt that his time was coming to an end. The Shark Man must have noticed this as well. In the past 3 months, the volcanic seal had been attacked more and more frequently. Although the lava giant had extraordinary strength, it could not escape the volcanic seal. Once the shark man swam out, the lava giant could not do anything. About 10 days. An ominous premonition flashed across Yunxing's heart. In another 10 days, the Dutian summit would be held. Pinglai of Gojoseon had invited the leaders of several major countries and forces of the mainland to gather at Pinglai. If at this time, the volcano seal failed and the volcano suddenly erupted. The Zao state spy must have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He wanted to wipe out the rulers of the continent once and for all. If his scheme succeeded, even if the Dutian blood seal did not collapse, the continent would be without a leader. Master, the magical wave of the volcano seal's guardian beast is very similar to mine. I think maybe I can help it. However, I can only help it restore part of its magical power. I can't completely restore the volcano seal. When Yunsheng was in the Grand Emperor's city, she had gained the allegiance of the 3 great mythical totem beasts. Among them, the vermilion bird totem was originally a very powerful fire attribute mythical beast. The lava giant was a guardian beast created by the first Emperor Zao using part of the volcano's power. It was indeed the same power as the vermilion bird totem. Yunxing thought for a moment. Suddenly, she asked, Xiaohua, do you want to take revenge on that shark man who harassed you from time to time? Hearing that he could take revenge, the hot-tempered lava giant became even more excited. New master, do you have a way to find that hateful shark man? But he is very cunning. Every time he comes and goes without a trace. It's impossible to guard against him. If the lava giant could leave the volcano seal, he would have fought that shark man to the death. There's no need to look for him. Just wait here. That sharkman's purpose is to destroy this volcano seal. He should also know that the volcano seal is very unstable and could collapse at any time. In the near future, it should be around 10 days. He will definitely come again. At that time, we will give him a gift that he will never forget. Yunxing deliberately kept him in suspense. She thought darkly, you must be cruel to your enemies. Chapter 10-15. The best way to deal with shrewd, thick-skinned, and shameless spies like the shark man was to wait for him to come knocking on their door. The magma flame venerable, the vermilion bird totem, and the dark demonic plant, the anemone king. With these few people working together, the next time the shark man came, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Seeing the sinister smile on their master's face, the magical beasts and guardian beasts, including the lava giant, all felt their scalps go numb. They all said in unison in their hearts, no wonder people say that humans are the most sinister creatures. Master is 1,000 times more sinister than the shark man. With the help of the vermilion bird totem, the master of molten flame recovered part of his original power, and the volcano seal was also much more stable than before. Yunxing also returned to the volcano lake with the help of King Anemone. Since the lava giant's magical power was partially recovered, the volcano seal was also relatively stable, and the magical beasts in the magic beast forest should also be more peaceful. Yunxing planned to completely eliminate the influence of the volcano seal's instability on the magical beasts in the magic beast forest in the coming days. When she climbed back from the volcano lake, Yunxing looked at the sky and saw that it was already close to evening. Xiao He was still lying at the mouth of the lake, and when it saw Yunxing, it ran over happily. Yunxing paid attention to Xiao He's condition and found that it didn't show any signs of panting or being anxious, so she was relieved. When Yunxing appeared again, the summoners all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They thought that Yunxing had been in there for a day and had died. At this time, the 7th summoner also came. When he saw Yunxing, he looked nervous. Master Yan Yun, I heard that you went into the magic beast forest during the day. did you find the reason for the death of the magical beasts? I found it, and I also found a way to cure the death of the magical beasts. Seventh Summoner, please give me 3 days. After 3 days, I promise that there won't be any more magical beasts dying for no reason in the Magic Beast Forest. Yunxing nodded. Her confident expression made the 7th summoner skeptical. The summoners who kept animals beside her looked at her with disdain. What's the use of bragging? After 3 days, it would be clear whether she was the real deal or not. In the morning, a thin mist shrouded the Magic Beast Forest. A female summoner with an ordinary appearance sat cross-legged in the forest with a jade-like zither on her back. Although the female summoner's looks, she had a pair of fingers as fingertips. Her fingertips moved, and under her 10 fingers, there was a clear sound of the zither, like flowing water in the valley. The sound of the zither was clear and resonated throughout the island along with the hot volcanic wind. In the Magic Beast Forest, the magical beasts who were restless because of the instability of the volcano seal a few days ago also heard the sound of the zither. They either crawled on the ground or perched on the trees, squinting their eyes and listening to the magical sound of the zither. The sound of the zither made the restlessness and uneasiness in the hearts of the magical beasts disappear little by little. The sound of the zither also fell on the Penglai Pavilion on Ice Island. Ji Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon listened to the intermittent sound of the zither. His amber eyes flashed with a strange light. Someone, go and find out who is playing the zither. The person who went to investigate soon returned. Your Majesty, it's the new summoner who came to the Magic Beast Forest. During this period, the emotions of the magical beasts have been very unstable. The summoner is said to be using the sound of the zither to treat those magical beasts. The person who investigated the matter was puzzled. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. He had never heard of using the sound of the zither to treat magical beasts. The new summoner who came to the Magic Beast Forest. It must be the female summoner he met in the mountains that day. She actually found the real reason why the magical beasts were restless. Ha, Yunxing, you are always so unexpected. Under King Penglai's jade-like face, a smile bloomed on his lips. Yunxing had been playing the Di Hong song in the Magic Beast Forest for more than 3 days. In these 3 days, there were no more deaths of magical beasts in the forest. Even the fights between magical beasts did not happen during this period. When the 7th summoner knew about this, he was wild with joy. He thanked Yunxing profusely and paid Yunxing's remuneration. He also begged Yunxing to stay in the Magic Beast Forest for a while longer. Yunxing readily agreed. After receiving the 7th summoner's remuneration, Yunxing asked seemingly unintentionally, 7th summoner, do you know which summoner among the 13 summoners has a sea beast? That trident shark was a king-level sea beast. This kind of sea beast was hard to come by. Even among the 13 summoners, it must be very rare. Master Yan Yun, could it be that you are interested in sea beasts? Penglai is an island, so there are many summoners who use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. Now, there are 3 vacancies among the 13 summoners. Excluding me, among the 7 summoners, there are 4 who use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. The 7th summoner did not think much. He thought that Yunxing was interested in cultivating sea beasts. Which ones are they? Yunxing asked again. Let me think. The 13th, 8th, 4th, and 1st summoners all use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. Among them, the 1st and 4th summoners' summoning beasts are sharks. Both of them are very powerful, the 7th summoner said with an envious expression. The more powerful their summoning beasts were, the higher their status in the Zao state was. As for the 1st and 4th summoners, Yunxing was almost certain that the spy was one of them. However, although the 1st and 4th summoners are very powerful, there is one more person among the 13 who cannot be provoked. That is the 9th summoner. Although that woman is the youngest and the only woman among the 13, she is much more powerful than the 1st and 4th summoner. However, she is even more terrifying than the 1st and 4th summoners who have ferocious beasts. The blood dragon that she contracted is truly unstoppable on land, sea, and air. When the 7th summoner mentioned the 9th summoner, he shrunk his neck. Among the 13 summoners, half of them were promoted by the previous Emperor Zhao. The rest were promoted by the current Emperor Zhao. When the 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing, was promoted, because she was the only female summoner and her identity was a mystery, the other 12 summoners were all against it. However, in the end, Hu Jiuxing relied on her superb summoning skills and outstanding military exploits to make the other main summoners shut up obediently. That woman always wore a yiksha mask. No one knew what she looked like. Other than Emperor Zhao, she only spoke a few words to the 3rd summoner. After the 3rd summoner died on Mount Taiyuan, the 9th summoner became even more isolated. Every time the 7th summoner saw her, he wanted to run away. Chapter 10:16. The 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing. When she heard this name, Yunxing's heart trembled as if it had been hit by a heavy object. Mother, she had finally heard news about her mother. Yunxing thought it would take some effort to find Hu Jiuxing, but she didn't expect that only one of the 13 summoners was a woman. This saved her a lot of guesses. Thank you, 7th summoner. I will be careful and try not to offend them. Yunxing suppressed her excitement and thought about how to create an opportunity to meet her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, the 7th summoner also said that the 9th summoner was famous for appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Sometimes, even the Emperor Zhao in red might not be able to find her. Grandmaster Yan Yun, if you have the time, why don't you help me look for suitable magical beasts? You see, as a master summoner, it's very embarrassing for me to not have a suitable sacred beast as a contract beast. If you can help me raise a suitable holy beast, I will reward you handsomely. The 7th summoner still didn't give up and wanted Yunxing to help him raise a new holy beast. Yunxing naturally wouldn't agree. She said a few words and finally sent the 7th summoner away. Inside the exquisite beast tower, Dollar and Popping Sheep, who had been cooped up inside for a few days, were complaining. Especially Dollar, who felt uncomfortable if he didn't lie next to Yunxing. Yunxing thought for a moment. Since she was in the magic beast forest, she didn't need to worry about anything. She simply let the two beasts out. Popping, my dear master, the music you played earlier was very nice. Popping and Dollar both want to hear it. Popping Sheep felt that its master's music was very nice. Yi Baiming, the golden Kirin, felt the same. He had accompanied Yunxing to learn the Dihong song. He still remembered clearly that Yunxing didn't know anything about music. When Yunxing first learned Dihong song, her zither skills were very ordinary. But ever since she experienced the Battle of Taiyuan City and killed the city lord of Taiyuan City, it was as if she had been enlightened, and her zither skills improved with each passing day. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming did not know the reason for this, but he believed that Yunxing must have comprehended something at that time. Yi Baiming naturally would not have guessed that Yunxing had gained enlightenment after seeing the true appearance of the Emperor of Fire. Unfortunately, the people of Dihong City were stingy. If Yunxing could enter the Emperor's tomb and obtain the last few chapters of the Dihong song, her zither skills would definitely reach a new level. When Yunxing saw the proud sheep, she couldn't help but feel that it was very small. Seeing that the weather was good, she simply took out her zither and played a song. It was still the melodious Dihong song. The sound of the zither was melodious and drifted far away. As Yunxing stroked the zither strings under her hand, she recalled the scene at the immortal residence, Icefall City. At that time, she didn't know that the masked female prisoner was her mother. This zither was made by her and her mother together. Thinking of Hu Jiuxing, the sound of the zither under Yunxing's hand unconsciously changed. Yunxing thought of Hu Jiuxing and the family of 3. They hadn't been together for 18 years. In the sound of the zither, there was inevitably a bit of melancholy. In the Zhao state, the 9th Lord, Hu Jiuxing, had just returned from a mission outside. When she heard the sound of the zither, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. The sound of the zither was so familiar. When she was in Icefall City, she had also heard similar zither sounds. But compared to that time, the zither sounds now were one step ahead in both memory and timbre. Hu Jiuxing's beautiful eyes changed as she suddenly remembered something. Could it be that she had come to Pinglai? Hu Jiuxing's heart couldn't help but tighten. It couldn't be wrong. In this world, only that zither could play such a melodious sound, and only that person could play such a Dihong song. Yunxing, she was in Pinglai. Damn it, why did she come to Pinglai? The Emperor Zhao in red couldn't wait to kill her. Her heart was in a mess, and for the first time, the 9th Lord showed panic. She grabbed a guard beside her and questioned, "Who is the person playing the zither?" The guard's face was full of horror. He had never seen the 9th Lord show such an expression. The guard stuttered, "The 9th Lord, I don't know. I heard that the 7th Lord recruited a new summoner in the past few days. The person playing the zither is the new summoner. It is said that he is playing the zither to heal the magical beasts in the Magic Beast Forest." What a mess. The 7th Lord is getting more and more out of hand. He dares to bring just anyone into the Magic Beast Forest. A dignified voice sounded from behind. Hu Jiuxing heard the voice and let go of the guard. In front of them stood a dignified old man. He was about 50 or 60 years old, slightly older than the Emperor Zhao in red. When the guard saw the old man, he hurriedly called out respectfully, "The First Lord." The old man was the First Lord of the Zhao state. His position was second only to the Emperor Zhao in red. "9th Lord, I didn't expect you to be interested in music as well." The First Lord didn't know much about the 9th Lord. In his impression, the 9th Lord was rarely as excited as she was today. "I'm not interested. The music is noisy and upsetting," Hu Jiuxing said coldly. Even if the other party was the First Lord, she didn't need to be polite. She didn't say anything more and left. Woman who doesn't know what's good for her. Do you really think that you can be lawless just because Zhao Huang dotes on you? Let's see how arrogant you can be in a few more days. The first Zhao Huang glared at Hu Jiuxing's back with dissatisfaction and said through gritted teeth. Yunxing finished playing the zither in the Magic Beast Forest. Next to her, Dollar and Baby Sheep were squinting their eyes, looking very satisfied. This rare harmonious scene didn't last long. Dollar's ears twitched, and he suddenly stood up. He looked in a certain direction in the forest, alert. A person walked out from behind a bush. When she saw the person, Yunxing's fingers were messed up. Her fingers scratched the strings of the zither, and a bright red drop of blood was particularly eye-catching. Hu Jiuxing's gaze changed slightly, and her eyes fell on the unfamiliar female summoner's face. It wasn't her. It was her. Hu Jiuxing's bloodline came into play at this moment. Despite the disguise spell, Hu Jiuxing immediately recognized Yunxing, who had disguised herself. Mother. Yunxing was speechless. She was just about to speak. You shouldn't have come here. Leave Pinglai immediately. Without giving Yunxing a chance to speak, Hu Jiuxing interrupted Yunxing. I'm Yunxing. I'm your daughter. Yunxing couldn't help but step forward. Don't come over. I don't care who you are. I don't remember the past. Leave Pinglai immediately. Otherwise, I will personally report your identity to the Emperor Zhao. Hu Jiuxing snapped at Yunxing. She raised her magic scepter and pointed at Yunxing. She didn't recognize anyone. Hu Jiuxing's expression was very dignified. She didn't seem to be joking. Yunxing didn't expect that the mother and daughter would meet again in such a scene. Chapter 10:17. She didn't expect that her reunion with her mother, Hu Jiuxing, would be in such a tense atmosphere. Yunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She admitted that she had played some tricks. When she was playing the zither for the past few days, she did have some hope in her heart that she would be able to attract her mother. She did manage to attract her mother, but the result was far from what she had imagined. There were no tears in her eyes or sighs when mother and daughter met again. Hu Jiuxing, who was only 10 steps away from her, was pointing her magic scepter at her, threatening her to leave. Without the heartache lantern, her mother still wouldn't be able to recover her memory. She was afraid that other than the Emperor Zhao in red, her mother wouldn't believe anyone else's words. It was obviously impossible to take her mother away. Yunsheng was very clear about Hu Jiuxing's strength. A few years ago, she was already able to use an amazing time prohibition magic. Now, Hu Jiuxing was at least in existence at the level of a divine magistrate. Compared to the Emperor Zhao in red, she was probably not much worse. Mother, whether you admit it or not, you can't change the fact that I'm your daughter. Don't worry, since you don't want to see Xing won't appear in front of you again. Next time, when we meet again, your daughter will definitely make you remember the past. Yunxing sighed. She picked up her zither in disappointment and walked out of the magic forest with a gloomy expression. Seeing Yunxing walk further and further away, Hu Jiuxing stiffly put down her magic scepter. Until Yunxing completely disappeared. Hu Jiuxing was like a helpless child. She mumbled, "I just don't want you to get hurt." When Yunxing called out, "Mother," for the first time, Hu Jiuxing couldn't treat her as a stranger. Why did her heart hurt so much when she saw her sad and gloomy appearance? Hu Jiuxing didn't remember Yunxing, but she faintly felt that Yunxing must have some connection with her. Yunxing suddenly appeared in Penglai. In addition to being happy, Hu Jiuxing was more uneasy in her heart. She was worried that the Emperor Zhao in red would find out that Hu Xing in the water prison was a fake. She was even more worried that Yunxing would be caught. In any case, before this Dutian meeting, she must prevent the Emperor Zhao in red from seeing Yunxing herself. As long as the blood sacrifice was completed, Yunxing would be safe. Hu Jiuxing let out a long sigh and returned to Zhaoting alone. Yunxing's departure made the 7th summoner extremely anxious. Master Yenyun. Where is Master Yenyun? The 7th summoner searched the entire Penglai but couldn't find Yenyun, the summoner of sacred beasts. The 7th summoner never expected that Yunxing had already returned to the Great Zhou embassy in disappointment. Yunxing, who had removed her transformation magic, had transformed into the regent of Great Zhou. Yunxing and Hu Jiuxing's meeting this time was very unpleasant. Her mother's unapproachable look made Yunxing's heart feel uncomfortable. It also made her more anxious to find the Heart Distress Lantern. But in order to find the Heart Distress Lantern, she had to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and the Netherworld Ghost King. In the Great Zhou embassy, Yunxing had a worried look. She returned to her residence. As soon as she sat down, she suddenly noticed that there was an extra letter on the table in her room. The ink on the letter had dried up. It was obvious that the letter had been sent for some time. There were no signs that the room had been rummaged through. Yunxing asked the people in the embassy, and no one had come to look for her recently. Whose letter could it be? Yunxing was puzzled and opened the letter. When she saw the handwriting in the letter, Yunxing's hand trembled slightly and her eyes widened. The letter was actually left by her father, Yun Songhai. She didn't expect that her father would pass by her when she entered the Fire Island while searching for her father's whereabouts. Compared to her accidental encounter with her father, the contents of the letter made Yunxing even more puzzled. Her father seemed to be in a hurry, or maybe he still had some concerns. The letter only mentioned 4 words: Zao State's water prison. Zao State's water prison. There was no beginning or end. Why would her father suddenly mention the Zao State's water prison? Yunsheng was still thinking when someone from the embassy came to report, "Prince Regent, people from the mainland's magic elite camp are outside asking to see you. Sister Lan is here." After listening, Yunsheng put away the letter. Her frown that had been frowning for several days also loosened. This Dutian meeting was of great importance. The mainland's magic elite camp was also invited. Before Yunxing left, she had already heard that the magic elite camp would send Sister Lan. Not long after Yunxing and Yi Baiming got married, Sister Lan was officially promoted to an elder of the magic elite camp. She became the youngest elder of the magic elite camp. However, to Yunxing's surprise, Sister Lan wasn't the only one who came looking for her. Abandon was also there. "Abandon, why are you here?" Yunxing hadn't seen Abandon in a while. Ever since Huxing disappeared, Abandon hadn't been feeling very well. He always felt that it was because of his rash refusal that Huxing left. In these 3 years, he had been suffering from a guilty conscience. "Long time no see, Yunxing. Let's talk inside." Compared to 3 years ago, senior Sister Lan now had the steadiness of an elder. She was still beautiful, and when she saw Yunxing, a rare smile appeared on her face. Senior Sister Lan and Yunxing had once competed with each other. However, after the two of them had gone through several trials, they appreciated each other's talents and had become good friends. It was just that the two of them were usually in charge of Zhou State and the Magic Elite Camp. They didn't have many opportunities to meet. The 3 of them entered the room. Sister Lan was very careful to set up an isolation spell in the room. "Yunxing, there's good news and bad news." When Abandon saw Yunxing, he forced a smile. Yunxing found that there was a touch of worry between Abandon's eyebrows. Could it be that something happened to Gufing? Yunxing had a bad premonition. 3 years ago, after Yunxing's accident, Yunxing's good friends, Ling, her, Gufing, and Abandon, had been with her during her most painful period. It wasn't until Yunxing recovered that Abandon returned to the elite camp under the urging of mentor Shi Huang. As for Gufing, he accompanied Dong Huang Ling, to Sky Wing City. During that period in Sky Wing City, Dong Huang Ling, with the help of the Sky Wing's Jade, slowly weakened the power of the left Prime Minister and took back the power of the Eastern capital. About a year ago, Dong Huang Ling wrote a letter to Yunxing telling her that she, her mother, brother, and Gufing had returned to the Eastern capital. They had driven away the left Prime Minister and moved back to the Eastern capital. This was all good news. Could it be that after she arrived at Pinglai, something happened in the Eastern capital? "Yunxing, you worry too much. Gufing is very good." This time, the Donghuang dynasty has also received an invitation. Gufing may even attend with Princess Donghuang, Sister Lan explained. Yunxing was even more confused. Since it wasn't about Gufing, then what was it that made the usually cold Abandon so worried? What's the good news and bad news? Yunxing was puzzled. The good news is that we have news about Huxing. The bad news is that Huxing is now in the hands of the Zao state. Abandon sighed and wrote a letter to Yunxing. The golden keyboard is in the last 2 days. Everyone still has tickets on hand. Remember to vote for this work and bow to thank. Chapter 10:18. The letter that Abandon brought over was an investigation report from the Hunters Guild. It was the information that Abandon had collected after the Continental Hunters Guild issued a commission. 3 years ago, Huxing left without saying goodbye. Abandon had always thought that a person like Hu Xing would not leave so abruptly without leaving any news. In the past 3 years, he had also been closely looking for Hu Xing's whereabouts. Abandon had issued a commission from the Hunters Guild for hunters all over the continent. Any hunter who traveled on the continent could get a handsome reward from the Continental Hunters Guild as long as they provided clues. Once the clues were verified, they could get a handsome reward from the Continental Hunters Guild. But even so, Abandon had not received any useful clues in the past few years. Until half a month ago, a freelance hunter who wandered around the border area of Later Qin came to the Hunters Guild in Zhou State. He said that about 3 years ago, he had met a woman who looked very similar to Hu Xing at a port in Later Qin. But at that time, the woman was with several summoners from Penglai Zhou State. Abandon went there personally and found the hunter. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as Hu Xing's. The hunter also pointed out that there were 2 Zhou State's main summoners who were escorting Hu Xing. One of them was the second main summoner of the Zhou State. The port where they appeared happened to be the only way from Zhou State to Penglai. Because of this, Abandon was even more convinced that Hu Xing was really caught by the Zhou State. Hu Xing was the saintess of the celestial fox people. Her identity was extraordinary. If she was caught by the Zhou State, she would be doomed. After Abandon confirmed this news, he happened to meet Sister Lan, who was going to Penglai to participate in the Dutian conference on behalf of the Magic Elite Camp. He volunteered to go with Sister Lan. When Yunxing heard this, doubts arose in her heart. Hu Xing was indeed the saintess of Celestial Fox, but the matter of her falling to the boundless continent was very secretive. Other than Later Qin's Du Guxiu, Madame Qi Bai, and a few others, no one else knew about it. How did the Zhou State know that Hu Xing was in Zhou State? And where did they catch Hu Xing? However, what worried Yunxing and Qi more was that Hu Xing had been taken away for 3 years. Judging from the hatred of the Zhou State towards the Bakra orcs, Hu Xing might not still be alive. Yunxing couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she thought of the weak woman who had the same face as her but had a rough fate. No matter what, she had promised Hu Xing that she would send her back to the 8 wastelands. This time, even if she couldn't save Hu Xing alive, she had to at least find her corpse. Seeing that Yunxing and Qi were so anxious about that Hu Xing, Lan couldn't help but feel a little strange. Qi, you're so nervous about that woman called Hu Xing. Could it be that she's your sweetheart? Lan had never seen Hu Xing before. She didn't know that Hu Xing looked exactly the same as Yunxing. However, Lan had heard that Qi had been looking for Hu Xing for the past few years. In Lan's impression, other than Qi who cared about Yunxing and Gu Feng, he did not care about anyone else, even his own mentor, Shi Huang, who cared about Qi. Therefore, Lan naturally thought that Qi was so nervous because he liked that woman called Hu Xing. Who knew that Qi's handsome face changed when Lan asked this question? He hurriedly explained, Sister Lan, what nonsense are you talking about? Hu Xing and I are innocent. I just treat her as a partner. Qi's voice became softer and softer until it turned into a mosquito bite. However, Qi didn't know that the more he tried to explain, the more he couldn't explain himself. So in the end, he simply shut up. Pfft, look at how anxious you are. It turns out that Qi also has times when he's shy. Sister Lan also used a rare mischievous tone to make fun of Qi. Qi was so anxious to find Hu Xing not because he later found out that he liked Hu Xing. On the contrary, Qi knew very well that he didn't love Hu Xing. Back then, after Yunxing and Yi Baiming confirmed their marriage, Qi was indeed disheartened. He even thought that he could try to fall in love with Hu Xing, who had the same appearance as Yunxing. During that time, Hu Xing's gentleness and kindness did give Qi the illusion that he had already accepted Hu Xing. But it wasn't until the day Yunxing and Yi Baiming got married, when he saw Yunxing, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, being sent to the bridal chamber, that he realized that he had never let go. There was such a person that once you met her, there would be no room for anyone else in your eyes from then on. It turned out that sometimes, a person could be a world. Yunsheng was Qi's world. Qi said silently in his heart, the only person I like has always been Yunsheng. Sister Lan, please let Qi go. You know his character. Let's confirm Hu Sheng's life first. Mistaking Qi's silence for awkwardness, Yunsheng quickly tried to smooth things over. Qi stood aside, smiled bitterly, and didn't say much. Yunsheng thought that if Hu Sheng was really caught in the Zao state, he would definitely be able to find out news about her. Since the other party is a descendant of the celestial fox, he deserved to die after being caught by the Zao state. Why do you have to go through so much trouble to save him? Since 2 summoners at the main summoner level were sent to catch him, the person called Hu Sheng must not be an ordinary person. Sister Lan didn't understand why Yunsheng and Qi were so agitated after learning that a descendant of the celestial fox people was caught. Sister Lan didn't seem to like the Zao state very much, but she disliked Bakra orcs even more. Sister Lan didn't know that Yunsheng was also a descendant of the celestial fox. Sister Lan was a human, so she was instinctively hostile to Bakra orcs. After all, they were now in Penglai, and the people of the Zao state were not to be trifled with. Sister Lan, it's a long story. Hu Sheng and I have some connections. We must save her. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body, Yunsheng said resolutely. Qi on the side also nodded solemnly in agreement. Seeing the unwavering look on their faces, senior apprentice Sister Lan had no other choice. We have to think about saving her. Maybe, during the Dutian conference in a few days, we can take the opportunity to enter the Zao state and have a look. Yunsheng, let's not talk about this. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard that your magic cultivation has improved again. Come on, let's find a place to compete. Sister Lan still couldn't change her old habit. When she saw Yunsheng, she couldn't help but want to compete with Yunsheng. Seeing Sister Lan's excited face, Qi didn't want to stop her. After Yunsheng left the mainland's magic elite camp, Sister Lan had one less opponent who was on par with her. In the past few years, she had been bored to death. Qi made a helpless expression to Yunsheng. Yunsheng could only howl and be kidnapped by Sister Lan. Chapter 10:19. Sister Lan pulled Yunsheng out of the Great Zhou embassy without any explanation. Lan was a rare beauty. When she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, she was the #1 beauty on the Sakura list. But for a long time, none of the male warriors and magicians in the mainland's elite camp dared to pursue her. In addition to Sister Lan's cold temperament, another reason was that Sister Lan had a big problem. Every time the male magicians in the camp saw Senior Sister Lan, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They would hide as far away as they could. Sister Lan's problem was that she practiced magic almost to the point of madness. To put it bluntly, Sister Lan was a magic fanatic. When she competed with people in magic, there were only 2 results. Either she killed the person or she disabled the person. Yunsheng was the only one in the elite camp who could escape unscathed after competing with Yunsheng. This was why Sister Lan liked to compare notes with Yunsheng so much. Every time Yunsheng competed with her in magic, they agreed not to overdo it. But when Sister Lan competed, she would completely forget the prior agreement. As a result, Yunsheng often used up her last trace of magic power and couldn't even hold the magic scepter before Sister Lan stopped. Exhausting one's magic power was not a pleasant feeling. Even Yunsheng needed to use celestial meditation for half a day to recover. Today was different from the past. Yunsheng was now in Penglai. It was like being in a tiger's den. She couldn't run out of magic power again. It was too dangerous. Yunxing racked her brains, thinking about how to avoid this competition with Sister Lan. Sister Lan, it's not that I don't want to compete with you. It's just that with my current status, it's inconvenient to compete with you using magic. As everyone knew, the regent of Great Zhou was a warrior. If he competed with Sister Lan, it would be bad. It's okay. Let's find a place where there are no people. The Penglai Sea is vast. We can compete in the sea. No one will see us even if we fight in the dark. Sister Lan completely ignored Yunxing's words. Let her go. This king will compete with you. Just when Yunxing was thinking about how to get rid of Sister Lan, a sudden voice interrupted Sister Lan's entanglement. Sister Lan turned her head and her eyes suddenly lit up. At the entrance of the Great Zhou embassy stood a handsome man. The man's blonde hair draped over his shoulders. His facial features were like a stone sculpture under the hands of a fairy master, deep and handsome. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The man looked at Yunxing, who had a bitter face, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Soft ripples appeared in his eyes and eyebrows, as if his smile could penetrate people's hearts. The one who interrupted the conversation between the two was the immortal resident's God Wind King. God Wind, you're here. Yunxing looked around and saw that God Wind was alone, without any guards. He must have just arrived at Penglai and came to find her. The Dutian meeting is related to the survival of the boundless continent. The fairy tribe can't stay out of it, so I came to Penglai with Huiyu. Huiyu has already gone to the immortal resident's embassy. I heard that you were also on the island, so I came to see you first. God Wind walked forward dotingly and quietly rescued Yunxing from Sister Lan's evil claws. God Wind was one of the few people on the continent who knew that Yunxing was pretending to be the regent of Great Zhou. In the past few years, the immortal residents and Zhou state had a lot of dealings because of the border trade. The border trade was also thanks to the joint efforts of Yunxing and God Wind. Whether it was Yunxing or the regent of Great Zhou, in God Wind's heart, Yunxing would always be the person he wholeheartedly protected. This point would not change because of the fact that Yunxing was married. God Wind's face was full of doting. He treated Yunxing as if there was no one else around, causing Sister Lan to frown. Sister Lan was talking nicely and was suddenly interrupted, so she was a little unhappy. But she thought about it again. What did Yunxing call him just now? God Wind. Could it be one of the Wuji Five Walls, the immortal resident's fairy king God Wind? Sister Lan sized up God Wind. With this kind of temperament and appearance, it could only be the elf king God Wind. Sister Lan secretly praised in her heart. But in the next moment, Sister Lan thought of something. Elf magic was unparalleled in the world. It was said that the elf king God Wind's wind magic was the best in the world. God Wind King, you just said that you want to compete with me. Is this true? Sister Lan did not care about the other party's identity as the Elf King. Thinking that she would be able to see the magic of the elf tribe later, Sister Lan couldn't help but rub her hands together with an excited look. It's not convenient for Xing to fight. If Miss Lan's hands are itchy, God Wind can replace her and compare notes with you. God Wind had long heard that the magic of the continent's elite magic camp was not ordinary. The two hit it off and immediately agreed to go to the Penglai Outer Sea to compete. The innocent Yunxing was pulled in as the referee. Yunxing wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. She could only go with the two to the Penglai Outer Sea to compete in magic. The three of them were the top figures among the young magicians of the present age. 15 minutes later, God Wind and Sister Lan were already in the Penglai Outer Sea. The two had chosen to go to the Penglai Outer Sea, which deviated from the main sea route of Penglai. There were no fishing boats or merchant ships passing by, so even if there was a big battle, it would be fine. On the surface of the sea, the white clouds were reflected, and the blue seawater was roaring. Yunsheng, Sister Lan, and God Wind formed a tripartite balance of power. On the way to the Penglai outer sea, Yunsheng thought to herself. If she and Sister Lan really competed, who knew who would be better? In the continent's elite magic camp, Yunsheng and Sister Lan were indeed evenly matched. In the past 3 years, Yunsheng and Sister Lan had made significant breakthroughs in their magic cultivation. The two of them had already broken through to the Saint-level Law Overlord realm. In terms of magic power, Yunsheng had a unique 5-elemental magic spirit, and she had also received a portion of Yi Baiming's magic power. Her magic power was even stronger than Sister Lan's. However, because she had learned magic late, and she had also focused on medicine and summoning, Yunsheng's magic skills were still inferior to Sister Lan's. Thus, if the two of them really competed, Yunsheng would probably not be Sister Lan's match without using her summoned beasts. However, if she used her summoned beasts, Yunsheng believed that Sister Lan would not be able to last 15 minutes against her. This was the strength of a summoner. As for God Wind's strength, Yunsheng did not know. After God Wind inherited the throne of the Elf King, according to the rules of the elf race, he should have inherited the legacy of the Wind Elf Queen. She did not know what outstanding magic he had learned. Since the location has been chosen, it's time to start the competition. Sister Lan had an eager look on her face as she asked for a battle. Yunsheng collected her thoughts and glanced at God Wind. The latter said loudly, "Little Xing, you have to watch carefully." Chapter 10:20. Yunsheng, you have to look carefully. Divine Wind's words fell into Yunsheng's ears. Yunsheng was very smart and immediately understood Divine Wind's meaning. Divine Wind wanted to teach her new magic. The elf tribe had a commandment that the elves could not teach their tribe's magic to outsiders. But it did not say that the enemy could not observe elf magic. This time, Divine Wind's competition with Blue seemed to be a competition, but in reality, Divine Wind was teaching Yunsheng new elven magic in disguise. Yunsheng understood and held her breath, waiting for the competition. The sun was dazzling and Divine Wind stood in the wind. He was like a javelin, standing proudly in the wind. There were no magic wings on his back, and there were no wind magic elements around him. What was even more rare was that the wind on the sea was very strong, but the biting cold sea wind automatically detoured around Divine Wind as if it had entered a forbidden area. Wind Elf King. Between heaven and earth, any wind that saw the Wind Elf King would have to prostrate themselves. At this moment, the air stopped flowing. Sister Lan saw this and raised her eyebrows. Under her, waves splashed. Yunsheng licked her chapped lips that were blown by the sea wind. Divine Wind was a wind magician, and Sister Lan was a water magician. On the Penglai Sea, the wind was very strong and the waves were very fast. It seemed that both of them had the advantage, but it also seemed that neither of them had the advantage. Just as Yunsheng was thinking, the competition began. Sister Lan was the first to move. The soul stone on her magic scepter flashed coldly. On the surface of the seawater quickly became dense. First, it turned into clouds of white water vapor. The water vapor quickly condensed and formed countless ice swords. In an instant, the ice swords were like a rainstorm, densely packed and mercilessly stabbed at Divine Wind's blind spots. The ice arrows were like lightning, flashing past. So fast. Yunsheng was secretly surprised. From chanting to releasing the magic, Blue only used the blink of an eye. While Yunsheng was surprised by the speed of the ice swords, she took a closer look and saw that the ice swords were flashing with the power of lightning like silver snakes. It turned out that Sister Lan also fused a part of the lightning magic in the ice swords. The strength of the ice and lightning swords formed by the combination of the two were at least 50% more powerful. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against. At this moment, Divine Wind was still like a rock, but his clothes did not move, and he did not use any magic. Divine Wind, be careful. Yunsheng could not help but be anxious. But just as Yunsheng shouted, the ice swords were already in front of Divine Wind. Several ice and lightning swords pierced Divine Wind's throat. The Divine Wind silhouette flickered, and suddenly collapsed. It turned into a mass of light green wind. Lon was extremely shocked. Behind him, the air was like the surface of the water, rippling. A tall and straight wind, Divine Wind. Blue was not caught off guard, but her reaction was not bad. She used Earth Meld and pulled away from Divine Wind. Yunsheng and Sister Lon were both shocked. They did not expect that the Divine Wind they saw just now was just an illusion. Wind Clone, Super Wind Magic. It could create a clone that was exactly the same as the real body in an instant. They did not expect that the Divine Wind King of the Immortal Residence had learned the long-lost Super Wind magic. Sister Lan's attack missed. Although she had already dodged, a chill ran down her spine. It's Ben Wang's turn. Divine Wind's handsome face revealed a smile that was as light as a breeze. In an instant, tens of thousands of emerald green wind blades formed around him. Each wind blade was capable of tearing the strongest martial artist into pieces. The wind whistled. Sister Lon was about to be surrounded by the wind blades and turned into meat paste. Sister Lon could even feel the pain of her skin being torn apart by the wind blades. But Blue was Blue. As the youngest elder in the mainland's magic elite camp, Blue had experienced many life and death situations in the past few years. The moment she sensed danger, she quickly found a way to deal with it in her mind. She furrowed her brows and raised her magic scepter. A few words jumped out of her cherry-red lips. Blue Crystal Protective Wall. 6 walls of water immediately rose around Senior Sister Lan's body. The walls of water condensed together to form a 6-sided crystal protective wall made of water droplets. The wind blades slashed at the blue crystal barrier one after another. Even though it was water that could be destroyed in one hit, the moment the wind blades hit the blue crystal barrier, water elements immediately surged up and repaired the damaged blue crystal barrier. Yunsheng saw this and couldn't help but associate it with the magic waterfall used by King Anemone Tentacle when they encountered Anemone Abyssalis in the Penglai Sea. Sister Lan's new magic, Blue Crystal Wall, had a similar effect to the magic waterfall. Under the protection of this wall, even if the wind blades covered the sky and covered the earth, it would be impossible to hurt her. Divine Wind's face showed a look of admiration. No wonder she was the leader of the mainland's magic elite camp. Her magic skills were really good. She actually comprehended such a profound water god's fury. Blue Crystal Wall should be a new esoteric magic that Lon Xian comprehended. If it was a normal competition, Divine Wind wouldn't mind giving in to Lon Xian at this point. After all, the opponent was a female mage. However, Divine Wind glanced at Yunsheng from the corner of his eye. At this moment, Yunsheng was already in a daze. Her eyes were filled with both worry and excitement. Sister Lan's improvement was really not small. Ice Thunder Ice Blade, and a new esoteric magic. Divine Wind was also very powerful. His wind clone could pass off as real, and his magic manipulation ability to form thousands of wind blades in an instant. Yunsheng had really opened her eyes today. However, Yunsheng had underestimated Divine Wind's strength. Men were always prideful, especially in front of the woman they liked. Divine Wind didn't want to lose face in front of Yunsheng. Just as the wind blades were being dissolved by the blue crystal wall, Divine Wind's magic scepter suddenly flew out of his hand. The moment the emerald green magic scepter was thrown into the air, it suddenly turned into a green shadow. It was like a long rainbow, like an unsheathed sword, soaring into the air. In the air, the magic scepter was like a magnet, attracting all the wind magic elements that were originally scattered in the air. The magic scepter kept changing, turning from a scepter into a wind blade. The wind blade was Divine Wind's unique secret blade. It was formed by magic and the scepter. This blade was formless and could change its size at will. Borrowing the power of the natural wind, it could tear apart all protective walls. Divine Wind stood in the air. He stretched out his arm, and the large blade formed by the hurricane was already in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed. In an instant, the seawater flowed in reverse, like the rising and falling of the tide. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed color. The blade flashed and whistled, like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. Hot, like a level 17 tropical hurricane, countless wind forces poured out like a volcanic eruption, like a flood breaking through a dam, and crashed into the blue crystal wall. Chapter 10:21. Divine Wind had already retracted his blade. He stood on the surface of the sea with the blade in his hand. It was as if he and the blade were the only things left between heaven and earth. The waves of water dispersed and splashed onto Senior Sister Lan's face. She was instantly drenched and looked like a drowned rat. Indigo staggered and fell from the sky like a butterfly with broken wings. I lost. Although Indigo lost, she was not angry. She accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Miss Indigo, thank you for letting me win. Divine Wind nodded. Today's competition with Indigo was also beneficial to him. That's it. Divine Wind, what was your last move? Yunsheng was still unsatisfied. She looked at Indigo and then at Divine Wind. Indigo's magic fusion was somewhat similar to Yunsheng's profound lightning vortex. However, Divine Wind's last move, Hurricane Blade, was obviously not magic. Although it was not magic, it was enough to compete with Sister Lan's profound magic. Yunsheng was somewhat interested in Divine Wind's Hurricane Blade. You two take your time chatting. I'll go back and ponder over what I've learned from today's competition. Senior Sister Lan was very tactful. Whether it was profound magic or her own innovation in magic, she would not easily tell others about it. After Indigo took the pill, she left, leaving Yunsheng and Divine Wind behind. Xing do you remember when you saw me practicing my blade in the Elven King tree? Divine Wind did not hide anything from Yunsheng. Although Divine Wind was a magician, he was very interested in blade techniques when he was young. The Elven Queen found a sword master from the Elven tribe to teach Divine Wind sword techniques. Divine Wind's Hurricane Sword technique was a new type of magic skill that was between magic skill and battle technique after he combined sword techniques and wind magic. Hurricane Blade was also Divine Wind's life-saving magic skill. If he did not want to show off in front of Yunsheng, he would not have used it so easily. A new magic skill created by combining blade techniques and magic. Yunsheng had never heard of Divine Wind's innovation on the continent. Magic skills were a combination of long-range magic attacks and melee combat techniques. They could be used at will and could be used to conserve stamina and mana to the greatest extent. It wasn't like profound magic, which would consume a large amount of magic power in one go, but its power wasn't inferior to profound magic. Ever since Yunsheng knew that she wasn't suited for martial arts and chose to become a mage, she had always thought that there was only magic and magic fusion. However, the recent competition had unexpectedly opened up a whole new path of cultivation for Yunsheng. Something was forming in her mind. Yunsheng, who was deep in thought, didn't even hear what Divine Wind was saying. Xing Seeing that Yunxing had suddenly become silent and her eyes were blurred, Divine Wind thought that something had happened to Yunxing. Divine Wind, thank you. I'm going to retreat for a few days. Please help me inform the embassy that no one is to disturb me during these few days. Yunxing suddenly had an idea. Her eyebrows were full of joy. After saying this, she suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a dumbfounded Divine Wind. What's wrong? On the vast and boundless Penglai Sea, the seawater was like a huge blue gem. Under the sun, the gem emitted a charming luster. Yunxing sat on a dry beach. She sat cross-legged with a Millennium Ice Harp on her lap. Divine Wind's words just now actually inspired Yunxing all at once. What Divine Wind had inspired Yunxing was the new magic skill that he had used earlier. It was neither magic nor combat techniques. Since Divine Wind could fuse sword skills and magic together and create a unique magic skill, Hurricane Sword, then why couldn't she combine magic and Di Hong Song that she was good at and create an unparalleled sound magic? Yunxing's bold idea must be a big joke in front of any magician on the continent. For thousands of years, no one had ever thought of combining music and magic. But Yunxing wanted to give it a try. Yunxing slowly injected the magic power in her body into her fingers. Her fingertips plucked the strings of the harp. But in the first few attempts, because the magic power was too strong and the strings of the Millennium Ice Harp were very tough, the two collided together. The strong shock force cut the skin of Yunxing's fingers. But Yunxing wasn't discouraged. From time to time, she adjusted the amount of magic power injected into her fingertips. Unknowingly, the sun set below sea level and then rose above sea level. Day after day, 3 days passed in a flash. Yunxing didn't know that her disappearance made Divine Wind and the magic beasts waiting in the embassy suffer. Yunxing just suddenly said that she was going to retreat, but she didn't say where she was going to retreat or how long she was going to retreat. Suddenly, she disappeared without a trace. When Divine Wind brought the news back to the Great Zhou Embassy, what waited for him was, Tu Yen, your dear master is gone. Divine Wind, why are you so useless? You can't even look after your master, Popping Sheep cried. Divine Wind was just about to explain when a golden whirlwind brushed past him. What is it? Divine Wind was surprised. If he wasn't wrong, that was the magic beast called Dollar that was beside Yunxing. Its speed, Divine Wind still had some impression of Dollar, because this magic beast not only had a special appearance, but also had great strength. Dollar was a new magic beast that Yunxing accidentally got more than 3 years ago, but according to Yunxing, she didn't contract Dollar. Divine Wind couldn't help but be shocked. As the inheritor of the Wind Elves, he couldn't see the speed of that magic beast called Dollar. What was its origin? Moreover, a magic beast actually knew how to worry about its master. Popping Sheep watched from the side and secretly said in his heart, Dollar will naturally be nervous. His wife has been missing for 3 days and 3 nights. It is extremely difficult for him to endure until today. Golden Kailan Yi Baiming left the Great Zhou Embassy as fast as lightning. He looked around for the whereabouts of Yunxing. However, Yunxing suddenly seemed to have disappeared from the world. He searched many islands in Penglai, but there was no trace of her. At this time, in a sea between Later Qin and Penglai Sea, an ancestor 3-winged eagle was flying forward. There was a person on the back of the 3-winged eagle. That person had many injuries on his body, and there was a deep wound on his left arm. This person was Minister Zhua of the East Capital. Minister Zhua of the East Capital used to be very powerful, but today, he was in a mess. His clothes were not as gorgeous as usual, and he looked very embarrassed. He seemed to be avoiding something. While controlling the 3-winged eagle to move forward, he looked back from time to time. It wasn't until they flew out of Later Qin's border and entered the area of Penglai Sea that Minister Zhua of the East capital was relieved. At this time, in the sky ahead, an empty ship appeared. Chapter 10:22. When the left Prime Minister saw the empty ship, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. On the empty ship, the flag of the Later Qin dynasty was flying. The charming Madame Qi Bai stood at the bow of the ship. She saw the left Prime Minister. Madame Qi Bai raised her eyebrows and ordered the empty ship to descend, allowing the three-winged eagle to land. Madame Qi Bai and the left Prime Minister had a close relationship. Back then, it was the left Prime Minister who introduced Madame Qi Bai to Duge Xiu. Therefore, this time, after Madame Qi Bai unexpectedly received the left Prime Minister's letter for help, she asked Duge Xiu to bring the empty ship to rescue the left Prime Minister. The left Prime Minister also relied on the Duge father and son to be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the eastern capital for more than 10 years. However, the left Prime Minister's good days were gone in the Later Qin dynasty's Emperor Duge Xiu's death. A new emperor ascended the throne and Zhou state rose to power. Lord Left Prime Minister, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. How did you become like this? Madame Qi Bai covered her mouth and laughed. The left Prime Minister originally had a big head, big ears, and a belly full of fat intestines. However, he was now covered in dirt and had lost a lot of weight. If it wasn't for the left Prime Minister's letter for help, Madame Qi Bai wouldn't have dared to confirm that the man in front of her was the left Prime Minister himself. Sigh, Madam, don't laugh at me. It's all because of that bitch from the eastern capital. She used underhanded means against me. The left Prime Minister's residence and all of my properties were confiscated. Even my private guards were all killed. Judging from the injuries on the left Prime Minister's body and the three-winged eagle's condition, he must have experienced an extremely difficult pursuit. That bitch from the eastern capital? Are you talking about Dong Huangling, or? Left Prime Minister, you are getting worse and worse. You can't even deal with a silly little girl. Madame Qi Bai said with a disdainful expression. The left Prime Minister smiled bitterly. God knows, before he was exiled and chased, he also thought that Dong Huangling was nothing more than a silly little girl. However, this time, Madame Qi Bai was just as wrong as he was. Zhou's state was on the rise, and Dong Huangling was the legitimate princess of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. She, Empress Dowager Situ, and the others had returned to the eastern capital with the help of the Heavenly Winged Jade and the Regent of Great Zhou. After Dong Huangling returned to the imperial capital, she was very respectful to the Minister of the Left at first. Minister Zhua thought that she was afraid of Later Qin's influence and didn't dare to act rashly, so he gradually let down his guard. Who would have thought that Dong Huangling would actually collude with Heavenly Wing City's Heavenly Wing Jade to set a trap for him? Tianyi Yu knew that Prime Minister Zhua liked beautiful women, so he sent an outstanding beauty to his residence. Prime Minister Zhua was careless and let that beauty steal the evidence of his collusion with the Later Qin and the Bahuang tribe. Dong Huangling took the opportunity to impeach him in the imperial court and exiled him for the crime of treason. Not only was he exiled, but Minister Zhua had already received the news. During his imprisonment, he had transferred a large number of his personal properties. He planned to recruit soldiers and buy horses as soon as he left the Dongdu, seek the support of the Later Qin, and rebel. But who would have thought that as soon as Prime Minister Zhua left the eastern capital, many powerful warriors and magicians ambushed him halfway and killed all his family members and personal guards. Those people were like wolves and tigers, and it was obvious that they were the desperados of the Heavenly Wings arena. Prime Minister Zhua then realized that he had fallen into Dong Huangling's trap. The exile was fake, and the extermination was real. At the last moment, Prime Minister Zhua fled all the way with a three-winged eagle that he had raised. He originally wanted to flee to Later Qin, but he didn't expect to run into Later Qin's Duga Xiu, who was going to participate in the Dutian conference. Prime Minister Zhou could only hastily contact Madame Qi Bai, and the two agreed to meet at the border between Penglai and Later Qin to meet him. Prime Minister Zhou, who was originally in the limelight, suddenly became a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. It was no wonder that Prime Minister Zhou was so haggard. Dong Huangling actually improved so much in just a few years. I'm afraid that Yunxing, that cunning woman, came up with this plan. Madame Qi Bai's face darkened after hearing this. Dong Huangling was originally just a princess of the imperial family. She didn't know how to scheme at all, which was why the Eastern Imperial dynasty fell to its current state. Madame Qi Bai, you must save me this time. Dong Huangling still won't let me go. This time, she personally led people to chase after me. At this time, she should be entering Penglai's borders. Prime Minister Zhou recalled the method that Dong Huangling used to exterminate him, and his heart trembled. Don't worry, she should also be here to participate in the Dutian meeting. We have already entered Penglai's borders, and we will reach Penglai's outer seas if we continue onwards for another 100 miles. At that time, Dong Huangling won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, the people from the Zhao State and Penglai Pavilion won't let her go. All these years, you have contributed a lot to the 8 desolate tribe. After a while, as long as the Dutian bloodprint is completed, the 8 desolate tribe will return to the boundless continent. At that time, the small eastern capital will be as easy as taking something out of a pocket. Madame Qi Bai's beautiful eyes flickered as she ordered the airship to move forward quickly. Although the Eastern Imperial dynasty was no longer one of the top forces in the continent, it was still the orthodox imperial family of the continent. Therefore, the Eastern Imperial dynasty was also invited to the Dutian meeting in Penglai. Later Qin's airship continued to move forward. 10 miles behind Later Qin's airship, a male and a female magician were moving forward rapidly. Ling, are you sure we don't want to inform Yunxing first? The male magician on the left was Gu Feng. At this moment, he had a worried expression on his face. Just like what Madame Qi Bai had said earlier, Gu Feng and Dong Huangling were going to Penglai to participate in the Dutian meeting. The outside world didn't know that Dong Huang Tianqi had turned into a fool. After Dong Huangling returned to the eastern capital and regained control of the eastern capital, she had been managing the affairs of the Eastern Imperial dynasty as the eldest daughter of the emperor. As for Gu Feng, he had also given up his identity as a magician in the continent's elite camp for Ling, and had been accompanying her. However, his marriage with Ling had been delayed due to Dong Huangling's busy state affairs. Even Yunxing, a good friend, couldn't help but feel anxious for the two of them. Gu Feng and Ling were clearly in love with each other, but they couldn't get married. However, Dong Huangling had long been blinded by hatred. Right now, her only thought was to take revenge as soon as possible. The hatred between Dong Huangling and Later Qin, Minister Zhou, and the others wasn't something that just happened in a day or two. Dong Huangling's elder brother, Dong Huang Tianqi, was turned into a fool by Duga Xiu and Madame Qi Bai. Dong Huangling also heard that her father was killed by Later Qin's Duga Xing. I can't tell Yunxing about this. She had already done too much for me back then. This time, I can't implicate her again. This time, no matter what method I use, I want Minister Zhou and that adulterous couple to die. Dong Huangling gritted her teeth. Behind her, the magic wings shone brightly, and her speed increased by a few notches. Thank you for all your tips and votes. Today is the last day of voting for the Golden Keyboard. Remember to vote for this project. Chapter 1023. The revenge of her father and her family allowed Dong Huangling to grow up quickly in just a few years. From the outside, she was still the charming Dong Huangling, but in fact, she had changed. Her beautiful eyes no longer had the innocence of the past. Instead, there was only killing intent and hatred. A year ago, Dong Huangling, returned to the eastern capital with the help of the heavenly winged jade and Yunxing. On the surface, she was still respectful to the minister of the left. But secretly, she gradually eliminated the later Qin and the other countries' forces in the eastern capital. Because she was not as powerful as Duge Xiu, she did not make a move on Minister's Wa. It was not until half a year ago when she got that thing that she really began to take revenge. She swept away all the traitors in the eastern capital like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves in one night. But Duge Xiu is too strong. What if? Gu Feng was still worried. He had to admit that Dong Huangling was very well prepared to kill the minister of the left. Now, no one in the eastern capital dared to go against Dong Huangling. But now that they were at the border of Pinglai, Gu Feng felt that they still needed to make arrangements. Gu Feng, I was afraid of Duge Xiu in the past because I was not strong enough. But now, I have that treasure. Not to mention a mere minister of the left, even if Duge Xiu comes personally, I can kill him. This time, I will take revenge for my elder brother and father. I swear that I will take revenge for the Donghuang dynasty. Dong Huangling's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the boundless world, the only orthodox dynasty was the Donghuang dynasty. Gu Feng still wanted to say something. Gu Feng, you are too indecisive. In the past, we can't always rely on Yunsheng. After Yi Baiming left, Yunsheng was already in a lot of pain. We can't trouble her anymore. I will take revenge for myself. Dong Huangling said resolutely. After experiencing the twists and turns last time, Dong Huangling and Gu Feng's love was already deeply rooted. However, the two of them had never gotten married. The reason for that was because Dong Huangling felt that Gu Feng's character was too weak. Gu Feng was a light magician. His character was kind and tolerant. Dong Huangling liked this character of his. However, on the other hand, she was also distressed because of this character of Gu Feng. With his character, he wasn't qualified to be Dong Huang's husband. However, Dong Huangling was also unwilling to part with Gu Feng. She knew that she had feelings for Gu Feng, but she was stuck between a rock and a hard place due to the grudge between her and her family. Just like her relationship with her good friend, Yunsheng. Dong Huangling swore that even if she wanted to revive the Eastern Imperial Dynasty, she would definitely not harm her good friend, Yunsheng. Yunsheng and Gu Feng were like her left and right arms. She would use her life to protect them. She wanted to become stronger in order to protect the two of them. Gu Feng knew that it was useless to persuade Dong Huangling. Thus, he could only follow behind Dong Huangling. An empty ship appeared in front of them. After chasing after Dong Huangling for about 10 miles, an empty ship from the later Qin dynasty appeared in the originally empty sky. Dong Huangling coldly snorted. Together with Gu Feng, they flew towards the empty ship. They're here, Madam Qi Bai. It's Dong Huangling and her man. You must protect me. The left minister was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow as he hid behind Madam Qi Bai. Dong Huangling, you're quite capable to be able to find us. However, do you think that with just the two of you, you'll be able to do anything to us? Or do you have other reinforcements behind you? After seeing Dong Huangling and Gu Feng, Madam Qi Bai's face revealed a trace of fear. Her red lips curled up and a trace of ridicule could be seen on her face. To deal with you two, I don't need other reinforcements. Qi Bai, 3 years ago, you caused my big brother to become an idiot. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Dong Huangling's face was filled with killing intent. She had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ha ha ha, little girl, you really don't know the difference between life and death. Since you insist on killing the left minister, you can just die here. Madam Chi Bai's smile disappeared. A leopard can't change its spots. Even if Dong Huangling used some methods to force the left minister into a dead end, Madam Chi Bai still wouldn't be able to defeat the left minister. Madam Chi Bai didn't think that Dong Huangling would be her match. 3 years ago, Dong Huangling wasn't her match. 3 years later, Dong Huangling was still the same. Moreover, Madam Chi Bai noticed that Dong Huangling only came together with that useless light magician. She didn't see any reinforcements. With just a mere sky magician, how could she be a match for a ship full of later Qin Iron Blood Guards? As Madam Chi Bai was speaking, she waved her hand. On the later Qin's empty ship, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The Iron Blood Guards pulled out their blades and aimed close to 100 Iron Blood crossbows at Dong Huangling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 100 arrows were shot out. Sphere of light. Gu Feng didn't hesitate and blocked in front of Dong Huangling. A sphere of light enveloped the two of them. When the arrows hit the sphere of light, they were all reflected back. Tisk, tsk. Brat, you do have some ability. However, other than defense, what else do you know? You're a man, yet you only know how to hide in your shell like a tortoise. What kind of man are you? If you have the ability, come out and fight with me. Madam Chi Bai provoked. She was able to tell that Gu Feng's light magic was very special. That spherical light barrier was indestructible. If she wanted to kill Gu Feng and Dong Huangling, she could only anger that brat and make him remove the sphere of light. Gu Feng's face flushed red. Although he had a good temper, he was still a hot-blooded man. Being called a turtle shell by Madam Chi Bai and not a man by Madam Chi Bai, he was furious. However, when he thought of Dong Huangling, who was behind him, he clenched his fists. He was a man. He must protect his woman. He must not let Ling be in any danger. No matter how much insults were thrown at him, he could endure it. He was useless. However, he could use his own methods to protect Ling. Dong Huangling stood behind Gu Feng and looked at the tall man in front of her. She was so angry that her shoulders were trembling. However, she still refused to remove the sphere of light. She knew very well that Gu Feng was humiliated like this because of her. Chi Bai was her, Dong Huangling's man. How could she allow others to casually insult him? Shut up, you shameless woman. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need Gu Feng to do it himself? I alone am enough to take care of you all. Dong Huangling ignored Gu Feng's obstruction and left the sphere of light. Dong Huangling, I thought that you had improved a lot. In the end, you're still the same as before, brainless. You've been fooled. Madam Chi Bai gave a signal with her eyes. Immediately, the mages that were lying in ambush on the ship released magic toward Dong Huangling. Just as Dong Huangling was about to be engulfed by the magic, Dong Huangling, who didn't dodge at all, raised her hand. In her hand was a bronze tool that was flickering with an ancient luster. Chapter 1024. The item in Dong Huangling's hand looked like an alms bowl. Under the sunlight, it reflected a cold bronze-colored radiance. That ancient utensil was tattered. Even the broken bowl of a beggar on the street would be much more beautiful than it. However, Dong Huangling just had to take out this broken bowl at this moment. Could it be that it was an ordinary-looking magic tool? Seeing that Dong Wang Linger, who was about to die, actually only took out such a thing, Madame Chi Bai sneered coldly. She didn't notice that when Minister Zhua, who was beside her, saw that ordinary-looking ancient utensil, his eyes bulged out, and his face was filled with horror. Madame Chi Bai's mocking expression didn't last for long. In the next moment, Madame Chi Bai's face trembled. In her eyes, the mocking expression was replaced by an indescribable strangeness. Hell, what did she just see? The magic attacks released by the tens of magicians, which contained all kinds of magic attacks, were all absorbed by that bronze-colored utensil when they were about to hit Dong Wang Linger. All of the magic attacks disappeared. After absorbing the magic attacks, the bronze-colored utensil seemed to have been injected with life force, and it emitted a bright radiance. That radiance was absorbed into Dong Wang Linger's body bit by bit. In a short period of time, Dong Wang Linger's magic soul expanded by more than 2 times. Her red clothes were like fire, and she stood in the air. On her beautiful face, there was an additional sacred and inviolable expression. The magic power on her body was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, she had absorbed the magic attacks released by those magicians earlier. Although the magicians under Madame Chi Bai's command weren't top-notch magicians in the continent, they weren't ordinary magicians either. At the very least, they were master magicians. Most of their magic power was concentrated in their magic attacks. The magic attacks that were supposed to attack Dong Wang Linger were actually all converted into Dong Wang Linger's magic power through that miraculous utensil. For a magician, the most important factor in a battle was the strength of their magic power. Through that strange utensil, Dong Wang Linger absorbed all the magic power of others. It was as if Dong Wang Linger had obtained an endless supply of magic power, while the magic power of others was greatly reduced. Turning other people's magic power into one's own was the most unbelievable thing, but it had indeed happened before his eyes. All of this was because of the strange magical artifact that Dong Wang Linger was holding. How? How could this be? What kind of magical tool is that? Madame Chi Bai found it hard to believe. Her original arrogance and mockery had completely vanished. An ominous premonition slowly spread from the bottom of their hearts. Fear was eating away at the hearts of the people on the later Qin spaceship. That's him. That's him. He killed many of my guards. That's Dong Wang Qing. The left Prime Minister cried miserably. When Madame Chi Bai heard the name Dong Wang Qing, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. As a member of the Ba Shi tribe, one of the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe, Madame Chi Bai was no stranger to Dong Wang Qing. The Dong Wang Qing, one of the 8 barren lands' divine artifacts, was said to be an inconspicuous bronze Qing. This Qing was personally forged by the founder of the East Imperial Dynasty, the first emperor of the East Imperial Dynasty. It was said that it was forged by heavenly lightning. Could it be that it had been hiding in the eastern capital all this time? However, it was precisely this bronze Qing that was the scariest magical tool in the world. It possessed a mysterious power that was able to devour all kinds of attacks, including magic power and combat skills, and turn their power into one's own. Why didn't you say earlier that she had the Dong Wang Qing? Only now did Madame Chi Bai know why Dong Wang Linger dared to face the Qin soldiers on the spaceship by herself. I forgot to say it. The left Prime Minister was already scared witless. When he wanted to say it, Dong Wang Linger had already caught up to him. Dong Wang Linger held the Dong Wang Qing and looked down at the people on the spaceship. Brother, Linger is going to take revenge for you. This woman who caused you to become an idiot, I will take revenge for you. After killing her, the next target would be later Qin's de Guxiu. Dong Wang Linger had been waiting for this moment for more than 3 years. 3 years ago, her brother, Dong Wang Tianqi, was harmed by Madame Chi Bai's soul snake and became an idiot. When Dong Huang Linger rushed to Skywing City, her brother was like a 3-year-old child. Empress Dowager Situ had been crying all day long. That period of time was the darkest period of Dong Huang Linger's life. Seeing that Dong Huang Tianqi had no chance to recover, Empress Dowager Situ told Dong Huang Linger a secret. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Dong Huang Qing, was hidden within the Eastern Emperor tomb. However, in order to awaken Dong Huang Qing, one must have the blood of the first emperor and be 18 years old before one could enter the Eastern Emperor tomb. After Empress Dowager Situ told Dong Huang Qing's secret to Dong Huang Ling, she even forced Dong Huang Ling to promise her that if she was able to awaken Dong Huang Qing one day, she would definitely replace her brother and revive the Eastern Emperor dynasty. Dong Huang Ling saw Empress Dowager Situ, who had aged a lot in just one night, and her brother, who had become an idiot and had saliva dripping from his mouth, and agreed to Empress Dowager Situ's request while sobbing. At that time, Dong Huang Ling was only 16 years old. She waited for 2 years. She waited until 1 year ago when her family returned to the Eastern capital. Only then did she enter the Eastern Emperor tomb. In the tomb, Dong Huang Ling successfully found Dong Huang Qing. However, after finding Dong Huang Qing, Dong Huang Ling wasn't able to form a blood contract with Dong Huang Qing immediately. Instead, she used another year to truly become Dong Huang Qing's master and learn how to use Dong Huang Qing. Including the time when she ambushed Minister Sua, this was the second time that Dong Huang Ling used Dong Huang Qing. After absorbing the magic power that Dong Huang Qing converted into, Dong Huang Ling could feel that her magic soul was like a drunkard who had been thirsty for a long time and drank a lot of good wine. Her body was filled with magic power. Qi Bai, you didn't expect that you would have a day like this, right? God bless me, Dong Huang. This time, I will make sure that none of you will be able to return. Dong Huang Ling sneered. She started chanting. On the surface of the sea, a hurricane dragon that was several times bigger than usual roared as it coiled between the sea and the sky. That hurricane dragon stretched for several miles. As it coiled in the sky, it was like a black cloud. As it got closer and closer, it caused one's soul to tremble. Roar, in the sky, a thunderous dragon roar could be heard. On the sea where the empty ship was, a hurricane that was tens of meters tall swept up the sea water and rushed up to the sky. The empty ship was blown into pieces. In the 8 Desolates continent, within the Boss Serpent tribe, the Boss Serpent tribe's chief, Qi Yuan, was having a discussion with the elders of the Boss Serpent tribe. Father. Qi Muguan, one of the descendants of the Boss Serpent tribe, rushed in. Muguan, where did you go? We were having an important discussion. As the young chief, you are actually late. Qi Yuan was displeased. During these days, the 8 major tribes had been discussing about attacking the Boundless Continent. The Boss Serpent tribe was definitely going to use this opportunity to counterattack the Boundless Continent to gain more merits. The light of life has extinguished. Qi Bai is dead. Qi Muguan's face was filled with pain. Chapter 1025. The direct descendants of the 8 Desolate tribe would leave behind a lamp of life after being baptized by the beast god altar. The lamp of life symbolized the birth and death of the 8 Desolate tribesmen. The death of a person was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Just now, Qi Bai's lamp of life suddenly extinguished. What? How did Bai die? Wasn't she always in the latter Qin? Qi Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Qi Bai was one of his many children. As he had many children, other than his eldest son, Qi Muguan, Qi Yuan did not care about the other children. However, Qi Bai had a mother who was very good at scheming. Her mother was very shrewd and good at scheming. When Chi Bai was still a child, the beast god Alter selected the direct descendants of the 8 great tribes to hide in the boundless world. Chi Bai's mother volunteered to send her biological daughter, who was only 3 or 4 years old, to the boundless world. Chi Bai was gone for close to 10 years. In these 10 years, not only did Chi Bai get close to He Yao's son, she also obtained many spies from the boundless world and made many contributions to the Bashi tribe. Just as the 8 desolate tribe was about to counterattack, Chi Bai suddenly died. Could it be that someone discovered her identity, or did something happen in the boundless world again? Chi Yuan hesitated. Father, could it be Duguxiu? That brat was bewitched by a human woman all these years and was much colder to his sister. This time, could it be that he was instigated by that human woman and killed Chi Bai? Chi Muguan did not have a good impression of Duguxiu. No, He Yao's son would definitely not do such a thing and delay important matters. Someone must have discovered Chi Bai's identity. Chi Yuan was a little regretful. Chi Bai was a very useful chess piece. He had asked Chi Bai to keep an eye on Duguxiu and report every move of Duguxiu and the Black Chilan tribe to the tribe. Her death was equivalent to 1 less spy. Father, no matter who killed Chi Bai, I must avenge my sister. This time, Father, please send me as the vanguard to counterattack the boundless world. Chi Muguan was in his old age, and his teeth were chattering. Among so many siblings, only Chi Bai's wife had the best relationship with him. No matter who killed Chi Bai, he would not let them off. Madame Chi Bai did not return the entire night. Until the next day, there was still no sign of her. Along with her, there was also a whole empty ship from the later Qin. After receiving the news, Duguxiu contacted Peng Lai of Gojoseon and requested to search for the whereabouts of the later Qin spaceship in the inner and outer seas. Before Madame Chi Bai left, she told Duguxiu that she had received a letter from Prime Minister Zhua asking for help. She would go to the area bordering Peng Lai and later Qin to help Prime Minister Zhua. Chi Bai was very familiar with this kind of operation. She had already done it many times on her own. Duguxiu didn't think that there would be any danger this time, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Who would have thought that something would go wrong this time? After searching for a while, a part of the wreckage of the spaceship was found in the sea more than 3,000 miles away from Peng Lai Island. It was confirmed that the wreckage was left behind after the spaceship of the later Qin was attacked by a hurricane. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, do you mean to say that the spaceship of the later Qin was destroyed by a hurricane? Duguxiu looked at the scene, his eyes full of anger. Your Majesty Dugu, according to the situation at the scene, there is no trace of a struggle. Coincidentally, a hurricane happened in this area yesterday. This is the most likely reason. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's face was calm. His words were very peaceful, but there was an unquestionable majesty in his eyes. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's attitude had already explained everything. He did not intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. In fact, there were no clues that could be traced. After a night, the corpses on the spaceship had already been washed away by the sea. As for the wreckage of the spaceship, only a part of it could be salvaged. These could not prove what had happened last night. There was no survivor on the spaceship of the later Qin. Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child? A hurricane is nothing. The spaceship was destroyed on the Peng Lai Sea. After the Dutian meeting, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Duguxiu's face was cold. Duguxiu didn't care about the deaths of Madame Chi Bai and Minister Zhua. He didn't have much affection for Madame Chi Bai. However, he was sure that the spaceship of the later Qin was not an ordinary accident. What a joke. His spaceship was built by the fairy master Moyin when he was in later Qin. How could a hurricane of the natural world sink a spaceship? Unless it encountered a super magic with terrifying destructive power. In Peng Lai, There were not many people who had the ability to use super magic, but there were still quite a few. As far as Duguxiu knew, there were several people who had such ability. They were the Emperor Zhao in red, the first summoner of the Zhao state, Penglai of Gojoseon, the King of Holy Wind from the Immortal Residence, Lan from the mainland Magic Elite Camp, and Yunsheng from the Zhou state. Among these people, the Emperor Zhao in red and Penglai of Gojoseon did not need to kill Qi Bai. As for the first summoner of the Zhao state, Duguxiu happened to know that he would not kill Qi Bai. Among the other three, although the King of Holy Wind from the Immortal Residence had unfathomable strength, he was from the fairy tribe. The fairies were a proud race and disdained to kill people who were weaker than them. As for the remaining two, Lan from the mainland Magic Elite Camp had a cold personality and had no interaction with Qi Bai. As for Yunsheng from the Zhou state, after thinking about it, it could only be Yunsheng. Was it her? If it was really her, how should he deal with Yunsheng? The death of Madame Qi Bai was a bit tricky. She was from the Bashi tribe, and her brother, Qi Muguan, was the next successor of the Bashi tribe. He should have already known about Qi Bai's death by now. Duguxiu's mind was spinning. Penglai of Gojoseon, who was beside him, was staring at the wreckage of the later Qin dynasty's empty ships on the surface of the sea. It was a hurricane. In this season, there had never been such a large-scale hurricane in the waters of Penglai. Penglai of Gojoseon did not tell Duguxiu that there was not only a part of the hurricane's power left on the wreckage of the empty ships, but there was also a power that was even more mysterious than the hurricane's power. If Penglai of Gojoseon was not wrong, that power came from a mysterious magical artifact from thousands of years ago. The 8 wilderness divine artifacts had finally all appeared. Penglai of Gojoseon recalled that 2 uninvited guests had appeared on Penglai this morning. It was Dong Wangling, the eldest princess of the Donghuang dynasty, and the light magician, Gu Feng. The 2 of them were travel-worn and looked like they had been on the road for a few days. At this time, they should be on their way to the Great Zhou Embassy. What was to come would come in the end. The blood feud between the later Qin dynasty and the Donghuang dynasty, and the hatred between the 8 wilderness continent and the boundless continent for thousands of years, had finally come to an end. Penglai of Gojoseon looked at the horizon. His amber eyes flashed with an indescribable feeling. On the other side of the sea, there was also a pair of eyes. A pair of golden eyes was looking at the rising and falling tides of the sea. Dollar stood at the estuary of Penglai. Chapter 10:26. Another day had passed. Counting the previous 3 days and 3 nights, Yunsheng had been missing for 4 days and 3 nights. In the past few days, Dollar had been alone in an empty bed. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He couldn't get used to it. It was annoyed and roared in the direction of the estuary. A few sand gulls hovering on the sea were scared and flew far away. Dollar could no longer suppress the restlessness and worry in his heart. He complained in his heart that Wild Cat was too reckless this time. No one knew Yunsheng better than Yi Baiming. He was not worried that something would happen to Yunsheng. With Wild Cat's character, she would not be taken advantage of anywhere. It was good enough that others were not taken advantage of. Yunsheng's disappearance for no reason had happened several times in the past 3 years. At first, Dollar didn't pay much attention to it. According to the usual practice, Yunsheng would appear in a few days. Generally speaking, Yunsheng's disappearance was nothing more than a few situations. A new pill was developed, a new patient appeared, or a new magic was learned. But even in the above situations, Yunsheng's record was that she disappeared for 1 day and 1 night. But this time, she disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past day, Dollar had almost run to several main islands of Penglai, including medical centers, summoning centers, and other places, but he couldn't find the whereabouts of Yunxing. The sunset was all over the sky. The whole sea turned into a golden color. It was beautiful. But at this moment, Dollar was not in the mood to enjoy all this. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, if there was no one to accompany it, what could it do? The tide was lapping on the beach. Dollar's ears moved slightly. It seemed to hear a different sound in the tide. That was the sound of a guqin. Although the tide covered most of the sound, Dollar still heard it. The sound came from an island in Penglai. Tut, I almost missed it. Wildcat has never liked to play by the rules. If she is going to retreat, she will definitely choose a secluded island. In Dollar's eyes, the flame of hope was ignited again. Apart from the main island of Ice Island and Fire Island, about 40 of the remaining 60 or so islands were inhabited. As for the remaining 20 islands, they were either uninhabited or undeveloped. The source of the zither music was an island that was the furthest away from the main island of Penglai. That island was a nameless island that was inhabited by a large number of magical beasts all year round. Due to the large number of magical beasts and the lack of resources on the island, even the people of the Zao state had no time to take care of the island. Dollar's heart jumped. He had a feeling that Yunsheng was on that island. Dollar leaped into the air. Under his feet, there were 4 green clouds of wind. The golden figure was flying towards the island. As they approached the island, the sound of the zither became clearer. However, this zither music was obviously different from what Yunxing usually played. It was no longer a zither music that made people calm down or make their blood boil. Instead, it was murderous, like a war drum, full of provocation. Just listening to it made one's blood boil. When Dollar approached the island, he was shocked by what he saw. How could it be? It was a remote and almost desolate island. There was very little vegetation on the island. There were only bare bluish-gray rocks everywhere. At this time, it was evening. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the rocks red. This hour was also the time when all kinds of magical beasts that lived near Penglai returned to their nests. The sonorous and powerful zither music caused a commotion among the magical beasts. On the sea, in the sky, and on the land, there were a large number of magical beasts that were crawling, flying, and swimming. Among them, there were the rock jade turtle with amazing defensive abilities, the overlord golden sword condor in the sky, the amphibious thorn crocodile, and a large number of colorful poisonous insects. They were all living on the wild islands of Penglai. They were also the overlords of this area. The magical beast's sense of territory was stronger than that of the human race. This island was their territory. That ignorant human who had rashly intruded dared to provoke them with the zither music. These magical beasts on Penglai, some of them knew combat skills, some of them knew magic, and some of them had all kinds of attributes. At this time, their eyes were red from being provoked by the zither music. They wanted to tear Yunxing apart. Dollar could not hold back anymore. But he suddenly noticed that Yunsheng was sitting quietly. She lowered her eyelashes and bathed in the setting sun. Her black eyes were full of calmness. Her lips were raised in a beautiful arc. Beiming was very familiar with Yunxing like that. In that smile, there was eagerness to give it a try, and also confidence that victory was within his grasp. As if realizing something, Dollar decided to observe for a while to see what the wild cat wanted to buy. The first to attack was the rock jade turtle. There was the sound of rolling rocks. Around Yunxing, rocks of different sizes rolled. The ground shook violently. A rock that needed 2 people to hug together was thrown at Yunxing. Dollar could not help but hold his breath. His limbs were slightly bent, ready to attack at any time. Clang! Like a golden spear hitting, Yunxing, who had not moved at all, suddenly condensed a magic power under her fingers and suddenly plucked. On the strings, the sound of the zither had been perfectly integrated with the magic power. The sound of the zither was shaped like a crescent moon and accurately hit the huge rock. The rock cracked and dust and gravel filled the sky. The sound of the zither hit the rock jade turtle's chest. The rock jade turtle, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, was actually split in half by the sound of the zither. It could not be more dead. After smashing the rock, Yunxing did not stop. Under her fingers, a series of zither music was played. In an instant, the crescent-shaped zither music was like raindrops, fusing various magic attributes. The sound of the zither was like countless swords. Nearly 100 magical beasts attacked one after another, but Yunsheng was still dealing with them methodically. From being surrounded at the beginning to being calm, the blood of the magical beasts quickly dyed the beach red. Yunsheng's fingers did not stop. The sun slowly set. Above the pitch-black night sky, the stars were like fireflies. However, this battle did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It was magic, but it was also not magic. Yunxing sat by the beach and was already in a state of selflessness. Killing people with zither music against hundreds and thousands of magical beasts. Even Dollar couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Under the influence of the zither music, the magic attack effect was at least doubled. It was endless. And after combining magic, not only could the zither music attack from afar, but it could also be used in close combat. This was the result of Yunxing's 3 days and 3 nights of seclusion. A new type of profound magic that had never appeared in the boundless land. There was a surge of pride in Dollar's eyes. This woman was Yunxing, the woman he had his eyes on. When the last magical beast was killed, Yunxing's fingers pressed the strings of the zither. Only then did she slowly heave a sigh of relief. She was still sitting on the same spot and did not even move an inch. When the sound of the zither ended, Yunxing's entire body collapsed as if she had collapsed. However, what was waiting for her was not sand, but a warm body. Chapter 10:27. Yunxing could feel his sturdy back under the thin magician's robe. A familiar scent wafted into her nose. That scent had always appeared beside Yunxing in the past 3 years. It was the scent of Dollar. Even though he was a magical beast, Dollar was surprisingly clean. He had never smelled like other magical beasts. On the contrary, he always had a scent that was similar to the scent of sunlight. After smelling that scent, Yunxing felt every nerve in her body relax. Dollar, you're here. I've learned my second arcane spell, Yunxing said. Her voice was weak and feeble. After killing nearly 100 magical beasts, Yunxing realized that she was exhausted both physically and magically. She had been sitting on the beach for 3 days and 3 nights. She had played the guqin with all her might without taking a sip of water. The moment she learned the new spell, she was completely exhausted. Now, she couldn't even lift a finger. Even though it was a little miserable, Yunxing didn't regret this special retreat. However, with this new profound magic, her strength had increased a lot. In the future, even if she were to fight against the Emperor Zhao in red, she would have a better chance of winning. Dollar, why aren't you saying anything? Why do I feel like you're angry? Yunxing didn't even bother to move her eyelids. However, she could still feel that Dollar was glaring at her with eyes that were about to explode at any moment. TSK, this guy, does he have any awareness of being a magical beast? Look at other magical beasts. Every time they saw their masters, they would wag their tails and stick out their tongues. How could they be like Dollar, who was so arrogant? She had to teach Dollar a good lesson next time. But then again, Dollar's feeling was strangely similar to that of a certain someone. Sigh, she must be too tired. She was starting to let her imagination run wild again. Dollar couldn't be Yi Biming. Looking at Yunxing's haggard appearance, Dollar was so angry that his teeth were itching. If Yi Baiming was in his human form, he would definitely give this woman a good scolding and then spank her. This stupid woman, she was driving him to death. Did she know how dangerous it was to overdraw both one's magic power and physical strength on a foreign island? The smell of blood from the magical beast she killed would attract more magical beasts at any time. Although he was angry, when he saw Yunxing's weak face and her rare feminine side, Dollar's golden eyes were filled with an indescribable tenderness. He snorted heavily, held Yunxing's collar in his mouth, and gently put her on his back. It rolled in its throat and let out a low roar. Its 4 powerful legs suddenly kicked, and Yunxing felt as if she had fallen into a cloud. Her entire body was light as a feather. She was extremely tired and sleepy. Dollar caught her steadily. Yunxing felt relaxed. She closed her eyes, put her hands around Dollar's neck, and let Dollar carry her back to the Great Zhou Embassy. When Yunxing regained consciousness, she was already in the Great Zhou Embassy. What woke her up was a woman's high-pitched scream. That voice made Yunxing's bones hurt, but at the same time, Yunxing felt that the voice was very familiar. It seemed to be the voice of her good friend, Dong Huanglinger. It turned out that after Dong Huanglinger arrived at Penglai, the first thing she did was to look for her good friend, Yunxing. However, when she arrived, she heard that Yunxing was missing. When she got the news that Yunxing had returned, she immediately went to see Yunxing. Who knew that when she pushed open the door of Yunxing's room, she saw a shocking scene. A tall and sturdy demonic beast was lying on Yunxing's bed. Her good friend, Yunxing, had a pale face and was dying. Dong Huanglinger's first reaction was that the demonic beast wanted to murder Yunxing. Linger, it's a misunderstanding. Dollar is my demonic beast. Yunxing's eyes were drowsy, and she hurriedly stopped Dong Huanglinger. Demonic beast. What demonic beast is so close to you that you actually let it directly on your bed? Dong Huanglinger didn't hide anything in front of Yunxing. Yunxing, on the other hand, was blushing from her words. Dollar, who was at the side, had a calm face and was still lying on the bed lazily. In the eyes of Dong Huanglinger and the others, they only felt that Dollar was very arrogant. By the way, Linger, why are you here? Are you also here to participate in the Dutian meeting? Yunxing noticed that Gufing was also following behind Dong Huanglinger. Gufing opened his mouth, and just when he was about to say something, Dong Huanglinger interrupted him. Let's not talk about us first. Yunxing, what's wrong with you? I heard that you almost lost your life. After Dong Huanglinger heard the whole story, she unrestrainedly scolded Yunxing. After scolding, Linger fiercely fed Yunxing 2 big bowls of medicinal porridge. Only then did Yunxing have the strength to get out of bed. Until Yunxing recovered some strength, Dong Huanglinger was still nagging beside Yunxing's ears. Great aunt, please let me go. I promise that next time, I won't not eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights for no reason. Yunxing's ears were about to get calluses from Linger's nagging. You almost scared me to death. Last time. Dong Huanglinger's eyes were somewhat red. In her heart, Yunxing had always been the strongest. Last time, after Yi Baiming went missing, Dong Huanglinger still remembered what Yunxing looked like. This time, Dong Huanglinger came as a representative of the Dong Huang dynasty. When she heard that Yunxing was also in Penglai and that the two hadn't seen each other for 3 years, she excitedly rushed over. Who knew that when she arrived at the embassy, she would hear that Yunxing had fainted. Dong Huanglinger was so scared that she almost died. Yunxing felt warm in her heart. She knew that Linger was just worried about her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Sister Lan is also here. The few of us haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, we can get together. Yunxing smiled and took a glance at Gufing. Gufeng, that brat, was talking to Yunxing intermittently. However, he would secretly glance at Yunxing from time to time. However, when his gaze met with Yunxing's, he would immediately timidly look away. With Yunxing's understanding of Gufeng, this brat was definitely hiding something from her. Although she faintly felt that something was wrong, Yunxing didn't rush to ask. She planned to privately look for Gufeng to confirm it. That night, the few people from the mainland's magic elite camp gathered together again after so many years. Everyone had a good chat. During the banquet, Yunxing told Dong Huang Linger about the news regarding Hu Xing. We must think of a way to save Hu Xing. However, it's definitely not easy to save someone in the Zhao state. Moreover, we still don't know Hu Xing's whereabouts. Dong Huang Linger also agreed to save Hu Xing. For this matter, we need to think about it at length. During the Dutian conference, we might need your cooperation. I want to start searching from the Zhao state's water prison. Yunxing told the few of them about her plan. The reason why Yunxing suspected the water prison was because of the letter that her father, Yun Sanghai, sent to her a few days ago. Regardless of whether Hu Xing was imprisoned in the water prison or not, even if she wanted to meet her father, Yunxing still had to go to the water prison to take a look. The weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The southern lady is frozen like a dog, her fingers are stiff. Happy weekend, a new month, roll around, play dead, and beg for monthly votes. Chapter 1028. In the water dungeon, Hu Xing was suspended. Her legs were soaked in water, and the prolonged soaking had caused her limbs to become swollen and rotten. After nearly 3 years of imprisonment, Hu Xing had lost track of time and night. But in the past few days, she was suddenly released. The prison guards even sent her clean food and water. Hu Xing knew that these vicious Zhao state summoners would not be so kind. She did not eat or drink. If I tell you to eat, just eat. Once the metropolis meeting ends, you'll die. Being a full ghost is better than being a hungry ghost. 2 jailers walked over, and one of them spat on the ground before walking away while cursing. So that's how it was. She was finally going to die. Hu Xing was numb. She did not look at the food. For her, death might be a relief. You should at least eat a little. The one of the 2 prison guards who had stayed behind suddenly spoke up. Hu Xing felt that the other person's voice was strange, but that was not important. This person was not the jailer who looked after her on a daily basis. It seemed that he was temporarily transferred here. Someone will get you out of here, the jailer said in a low voice. Hu Xing's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the jailer. He was wearing a mask. In the Zhao state, many summoners wore masks. Perhaps it was the concern in his voice that moved Hu Xing. She asked softly, "Who are you? Are you from the Celestial Fox tribe?" Hu Xing regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. She was so naive. How could someone from the Celestial Fox tribe come to save her? Her father had long stopped caring about her. Her timid mother would never be able to find someone to save her. I'm sorry that you have suffered these past few years. I was selfish before. I am Yunxing's father. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Sanghai still announced his identity. Ever since that day when he sneaked into the Great Zhou embassy and left a message for Yunxing, Yun Sanghai had been paying close attention to the situation in the water dungeon. In the past few days, one of the jailers in the water dungeon had fallen ill. Yun Sanghai found an opportunity to replace him. He believed that Xing should have received his message. In another day, the Dutian conference would begin. At that time, Xing would definitely sneak into the water dungeon. As long as he and his daughter worked together, they would be able to save the woman in the water dungeon. Yunxing's father. Hu Xing was surprised. At the same time, her heart felt bitter. Her own father did not appear when she was in danger. Instead, Yunxing's father came to save her. It's very dangerous here. Why did you save me? You should also know why I was caught. If I die, Yunxing will be safe. Hu Xing believed that the man in front of her should also know that she was caught as a scapegoat. He should also know that she would soon be used as a blood sacrifice to strengthen the Dutian blood seal. Weren't all parents selfish? Could it be that Yunxing's father was not afraid that Yunxing would be implicated? But if Xing Er knew that you died in her place, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. She is a doctor. In her heart, there is no distinction between the noble and the cheap. Your parents should also hope that you can go back. Take these. In a few days, we will be able to get you out. Yun Songhai sighed. He took out some pills and placed them beside Hu Xing. Although his daughter, Hu Xing, was not a good person, she had a clear distinction between good and evil. Hu Xing's death would only bring a temporary peace. No one will hope for me to go back. Although I look like Yunxing, I am not her. I am a good-for-nothing. Hu Xing shook her head. She hugged her legs and curled up in the cell with her head lowered. Yun Songhai sighed and left. On the day of the Dutian conference, Yunxing received an invitation from Ping Lai of Gojoseon and the Zhao state. She learned that the Dutian conference would be held in the Ping Lai pavilion. The representatives of the major countries and forces that had already arrived in Ping Lai included the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, later Qin de Guxiu, the immortal residence god Wind King, Tang Yuan Li Cheng, the vice president of the Hunters Guild, the mainland elite Camp Lan, Donghuang Ling, of the Donghuang dynasty, and Si Ming of the temple. Because the Dutian conference did not allow magical beasts or magical pets to enter, Yunxing went to the Ping Lai pavilion alone today. When she arrived at the entrance of the Ping Lai pavilion, she happened to meet Tang Yuan and Li Cheng. Prince Regent, nice to meet you. Yunxing met Tang Yuan's crown prince, Li Cheng, head-on. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Li Cheng respected the regent of Great Zhou very much. Back then, he was just a crown prince that Tang Yuan didn't think highly of. Later on, it was because of Yi Baiming's support that he managed to squeeze out Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao. Not to mention, the second prince, Li Xiao, was later killed in Grand Emperor City. It was said that it was the Prince Regent who killed him. It could be said that he had helped Crown Prince Li get rid of a big problem. But speaking of which, although Li Cheng had formed an alliance with the Regent of Great Zhou, he had never had the chance to meet Yi Baiming in person. So this time, he naturally had to curry favor with him. Yunxing smiled awkwardly. She didn't want to talk too much with Li Cheng, so as to avoid giving herself away. However, Li Cheng, that brat, didn't know about it at all. He even held on to Yunxing's hand with a very intimate look. Prince Regent, I have met the Prince Regent's consort once in the past. I heard that the consort has been infected with a strange illness for the past few years. You seem to have gotten better recently. Do you need me to send Tang Yuan's famous doctor to take a look at the consort? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're such a busybody. The Prince Regent's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. When did it become the turn of Tang Yuan's quack doctor to take a look at her? Donghuang Ling walked in and glared at Li Cheng. Only then did Li Cheng let go of his hand embarrassedly. How could he have forgotten that his mother was cured by the Prince Regent's consort? A doctor doesn't cure himself. This saying was probably referring to the situation of the Prince Regent's consort. Only then did Yunxing let out a breath of relief. She nodded her head at Ling gratefully. Sir Regent of Great Zhou. Behind her, a suspicious voice sounded, causing Yunxing's eyebrows to twitch. Yunxing cursed in her heart. The person standing behind her was the head of the Law Temple, Si Ming. Li Cheng and Yi Baiming had never met each other before. Thus, it was still easy for her to beat around the bush. However, Yi Baiming had met the head of the Law Temple, Si Ming, once before. This time, she couldn't hide the truth anymore. Just when Yunsheng was hesitating about whether she should turn around and meet the head of the Law Temple, "Everyone, please enter the Penglai Pavilion. Lord Head of the Law Temple, Rumo has something to discuss with you. Please go to the side and have a chat first." Ji Rumo walked over at the right time and helped Yunsheng resolve the crisis. After Ji Rumo left, Dong Guangling was still a little surprised. She tugged at Yunsheng and said, "Penglai of Gojoseon seemed to be helping you. Did the two of you know each other?" "I don't know him. However, he gives me a familiar feeling. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in first. After a while, we'll act according to the situation and think of a way to find out more about Hu Sheng." Yunsheng shook her head. She also felt that Penglai of Gojoseon was helping her just now. Who exactly was he? "Thank you, everyone, for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Since it's the weekend, let's work hard to get more tickets." Chapter 1029. When Elder Si Ming came back and saw the regent of Great Zhou, his expression had already changed. She didn't know what Penglai of Gojoseon had said to him. When he saw Yunsheng, he didn't look surprised at all. It was as if he had already forgotten what Yi Baiming looked like. The Penglai Pavilion was located on Ice Island. It was different from the Fire Island that Yunsheng had been to earlier. This place was covered in ice and snow all year round. Even the Penglai Pavilion was built with special glazed ice tiles. There were a total of 4 floors in the pavilion. They were red, green, blue, and yellow. These 4 colors represented the 4 elements of magic. The Dutian conference was held on the first floor of the Fire Pavilion. Compared to the other places, the Fire Pavilion was like a furnace. It was much warmer. Although the invitation letter was sent by Penglai of Gojoseon, Yunsheng only found out after arriving at Penglai that the invitation letter was actually sent by the Emperor Zhao in red in the name of Penglai of Gojoseon. Because of this, Penglai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red were still in a cold war. Yunsheng had heard of the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state for a long time, but she had never had the chance to meet him. The Emperor Zhao in red had been famous for many years. He was of the same generation as Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple. Yunsheng originally thought that the Emperor Zhao in red was at least an old man in his twilight years. However, when the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, Yunsheng realized that Emperor Zhao in red looked like he was only in his 30s. He was much younger than Elder Si Ming. However, his eyebrows were clear and his face was as beautiful as jade. He was a handsome man that was hard to come by. Presumably, he had also practiced some kind of special maintenance secret technique. At the thought that this person was the culprit who had separated her family of 3 for more than 10 years, Yunsheng could not help but feel resentful. The Emperor Zhao in red was also sizing up the guests from various countries. Although he had been famous for a long time, he had rarely walked around the continent in recent years. It had only been 10 years, but the power structure and forces of the continent had completely changed. Apart from Arbiter of the Dharma Temple, the rest of the people present were all young geniuses. Not only were they powerful, but they also controlled the power of their respective countries. The Emperor Zhao in red glanced at a few of them. Later Qin's Duguxiu, Immortal Abode's Holy Wind King, and Zhou State's Yi Baiming. Especially Yi Baiming. The Emperor Zhao in red subtly glanced at the Prince Regent of Zhou State. The Emperor Zhao in red paid attention to Yi Baiming because he was the most famous person of the younger generation in the continent in recent years. In addition, the Emperor Zhao in red also knew that the person imprisoned in the water prison was Zhou State's Prince Regent's consort. Yi Baiming was rumored to be extremely handsome. Seeing him today, the rumors were true. His skin was slightly dark, but his eyebrows were thick and his eyes were handsome. He had an imposing appearance. Even Ji Rumo before his disfigurement was comparable to him when he stood next to him. Among the people present, Elder Si Ming was the oldest. He coughed softly and said, "The Emperor Zhao, since everyone is here, you should tell everyone what the purpose of this Dutian meeting is. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This Dutian meeting was initiated by Peng Lai of Gojoseon. I'm only participating in the meeting. The person in charge of hosting it is still Peng Lai of Gojoseon." The Emperor Zhao in red smiled and walked to the left side of Peng Lai of Gojoseon and sat down. The rest of the people also took their seats. I'm sure everyone still remembers that 3 years ago, part of the Dutian blood seal was damaged. The power of the blood seal weakened day by day. These days, the Dutian blood seal is even more unstable. Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo summoned a few of the Peng Lai summoners who were responsible for guarding the Dutian blood seal. Everyone started to discuss among themselves. Elder Si Ming nodded and said, "I've already predicted that if the blood seal collapses, the millions of people on the mainland will be in deep trouble. Then what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait?" Li Qing panicked. Tang Yuan was very close to the Dutian blood realm. If the Dutian blood seal collapses, the first to suffer would be Tang Yuan. Among the big countries, Tang Yuan was the weakest. When Li Qing heard this, his expression changed, and he looked around with a pleading look. "The only thing we can do now is to find the 8 barren artifacts as soon as possible. To be honest, one of the 8 barren artifacts, the Heavenly Fate Mirror, has always been in the temple." Elder Si Ming thought for a while and decided to tell everyone the truth. The temple had always treated the Heavenly Fate Mirror as a secret. However, now that the mainland was facing an unprecedented crisis, Elder Si Ming did not dare to keep it a secret. Legend has it that the Heavenly Fate Mirror can predict the fate of the heavens. As long as there's one divine artifact, the rest of the divine artifacts will be attracted. The mainland is saved. The vice president of the Hunters Guild felt hopeful. Elder Si Ming shook his head and said bitterly, "However, the Heavenly Fate Mirror has been damaged. In the past few years, its divine power has disappeared." Elder Si Ming was also speechless. He had also found out that the Heavenly Fate Mirror had lost its ability to predict the fate of the heavens a few years ago. Strictly speaking, it was when the Heavenly Fate Mirror failed to predict that Yunba of Zhou State would fall that a crack appeared on the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Elder Si Ming had tried to repair it many times, but it was to no avail. The 8 barren artifacts were damaged. Yun Sheng, Dong Huangling, and Duga Xiu looked calm on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. The 3 of them had at least one or a part of the 8 barren artifacts. However, just one or a few divine artifacts were not enough to stop the 8 barren tribes' counterattack. "Elder Si Ming, I wonder if you have the Heavenly Fate Mirror with you. Among my entourage, there's a master blacksmith from the elf tribe. Perhaps he can help," the Holy Wind King said. This was related to the safety of the mainland. If the 8 barren tribe invaded, the immortal abode would not be able to protect itself. Therefore, this time, the Holy Wind King was willing to help repair the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Hearing that, Elder Si Ming took out the Heavenly Fate Mirror from his storage ring. He also guessed that the Dutian meeting this time must be related to the Dutian blood seal. Therefore, he brought the Heavenly Fate Mirror with him. The Heavenly Fate Mirror, one of the 8 barren artifacts, appeared in front of everyone. The moment the Heavenly Fate Mirror appeared, Yunxing's expression changed slightly. In her beast language ring, the 8 barren artifacts were very quiet and did not have any strange movements. It was Popping Sheep who told Yunxing that the appearance of one of the 8 barren artifacts would cause the other divine artifacts to resonate. However, if the divine artifact was stored in a magic seal or a special storage medium, it could prevent the resonance. However, the heavenly fate mirror had already been taken out, but it did not resonate at all. Could it be that the heavenly fate mirror was damaged, so it could not resonate, or this heavenly fate mirror, other than Yunxing, the rest of the people had already surrounded it, and were clicking their tongues in wonder at the Bahuang mirror. At first glance, there was nothing special about this mirror. It was oval-shaped and half the height of a person. It was the same as a normal bronze mirror. However, when a person stood in front of it, it would not reveal a person's reflection like other shadows. The damage that Elder Si Ming was talking about was a crack on the surface of the mirror. The master blacksmith from the elf tribe had already entered. After bowing to everyone, he walked forward and checked the crack on the heavenly fate mirror. Chapter 10:30. 15 minutes later, the fairy weapon forgery master finally came to a conclusion. "I'm sorry, I can't fix the crack on this mirror." Hearing that, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. According to Divine Wind, this Grandmaster Blacksmith was already one of the top blacksmiths in the Immortal Residence Nation. If even he couldn't repair it, then there was probably no one else in the continent who could. Yunsheng looked at the mirror. She understood what the fairy weapon forgery master meant. From her point of view, the material of this mirror wasn't special, but the fire that was used to make it was special. She was probably the only person in this world who could use the fairy fire to fix this mirror. "Elder Si Ming, I have a question. Why do you think that this mirror is the heavenly fate mirror?" Yunsheng wanted to ask this question. There were thousands of mirrors on this continent. Why did the Dharma Temple think that this mirror was the heavenly fate mirror? Because it can predict the future. The heavenly fate mirror can predict the future of the continent and the fate of people, Elder Si Ming said confidently. In this world, the only mirror that could predict the future was the heavenly fate mirror. Has anyone predicted it before? Yunsheng asked again. Prince Regent, are you doubting the authenticity of the heavenly fate mirror? Actually, the heavenly fate mirror is a sacred item in the Dharma Temple. Not many people can see its true appearance. All these years, the only people who have seen the heavenly fate mirror are me, Wen Su, and my other disciple, Ru Yi. Other than Wen Su, the heavenly fate mirror has always been able to predict what will happen to me and Ru Yi. However, I can't go against the will of the heavens. I won't use the heavenly fate mirror so easily. Elder Si Ming still believed that it was the real heavenly fate mirror. Elder Si Ming snorted and put the heavenly fate mirror away. Both of you, let's not hurt each other's feelings. Since the heavenly fate mirror can't be fixed, let's find another way. In fact, it doesn't matter whether we can find the 8 barren divine artifacts or not. The Zhao state has already found a way to strengthen the Dutian blood seal, and that is. The Emperor Zhao in red was about to announce. The Emperor Zhao, bad news. The first summoner has been found severely injured and unconscious at sea. A summoner rushed in. The first summoner was the Zhao state second only to the Emperor Zhao in red. Could it be that a spy from the Ba Huang tribe had snuck in? The Emperor Zhao in red and Peng Lai of Gojoseon looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Dutian meeting was also interrupted because of this. The Emperor Zhao in red invited Elder Si Ming to go with him. Peng Lai of Gojoseon apologetically told everyone that they would stay at the Peng Lai Pavilion for half a day. He had already prepared a banquet for everyone. Half a day later, when the Emperor Zhao in red returned, they would meet again. After saying that, Peng Lai of Gojoseon also hurriedly left. Yunsheng's lips curled up into an unnoticeable smile. Yunsheng, Lon, Donghuang Ling, and the others were waiting for this moment. The three of them looked at each other. Earlier, they had already discussed that if there was a suitable opportunity during the Dutian meeting, Lan and Dong Huangling would cover for Yunxing to find a way to go to the Zhao state. Right now, in the Zhao state, the Red Coat Summoner and the First Summoner weren't in the Zhao state. This was the best time to enter the Zhao state. Prince Regent, wait. I have something to ask you. Just when Yunxing was about to leave, Duguxiu walked up to them. His face was dark as he stared at Yunxing fiercely. Duguxiu, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Yunxing was on guard. You killed Qi Bai. Duguxiu opened his mouth and questioned Yunxing about Qi Bai's death. Madame Qi Bai is dead. Yunxing was surprised. She really didn't know about this. When did this happen? Yunxing already had some doubts in her heart. Just a few days ago, she and my soldiers went to the Penglai Sea to meet the left minister of the eastern capital. On the surface, it looked like they were hit by a hurricane. Don't pretend anymore. In the Penglai Sea, there are only a few people with that kind of strength, Duguxiu said coldly. Duguxiu also asked around. During the few days when Madame Qi Bai died, Yunxing disappeared. Even the people from the Great Zhou embassy didn't see her. All the signs pointed to Yunxing killing Qi Bai. A few days ago, Yunxing was in seclusion. She didn't know anything about Madame Qi Bai's death. If it's related to the left minister of the eastern capital, could it be? Yunxing secretly looked at Dong Huangling. She saw that Dong Huangling was staring at Duguxiu with a hateful gaze. That gaze made Yunxing shudder. Could it be Ling? With Ling and Gu Feng's strength, logically speaking, they shouldn't be a match for Madame Qi Bai and the people from the later Qin. Could it be that there was something else going on? Recalling Gu Feng's expression, Yunxing understood. It seemed that she needed to have a chat with Ling. Yunxing still remembered that when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, Dong Huangling used extreme methods in order to become the disciple of a dark gold rank teacher. She was afraid that Dong Huangling would go down the wrong path in order to take revenge. Calculating the time, the day Madame Qi Bai died was the day Gu Feng and Ling arrived. If Duguxiu knew that Madame Qi Bai was killed by Ling and Ling, he would probably turn hostile on the spot. I was the one who killed her. Could it be that you want to take action here? Yunxing raised her eyebrows. You. Yunxing, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I like you. Duguxiu originally thought that Yunxing would defend herself. Who would have thought that this woman didn't even bother to defend herself? Duguxiu, this prince will return those words to you. This is Penglai, not later Qin. What is your intention for pestering the regent of Great Zhou? Divine Wind walked forward and stood between Yunxing and Duguxiu. Get lost, Divine Wind, this is none of your business. Duguxiu's face darkened. Duguxiu, her business is my business. Didn't you always want to compete with this prince? Since everyone is here today, if you aren't weak, then let's compete. If you lose, you are not allowed to pester her in the future. Divine Wind also didn't give in. Let's compete. Duguxiu already didn't like Divine Wind. The three of them formed a triangle, and the atmosphere in the surroundings was strange. Hey, what's going on? Tang Yuan and Li Qing were puzzled. Why did they feel that the atmosphere between the three men was strange? No matter how they looked at it, it was as if two men were fighting over a woman. However, the one standing in the middle was obviously Zhou State's Bai Mingwang. Could it be? Li Qing shuddered. On the mainland, some men had special tastes. They didn't like men, but they liked women. Duguxiu refused to appoint an empress, and the Divine Wind King still hadn't married. Although the regent of Great Zhou was married, it was as if he hadn't. Could it be that these three people actually had that kind of relationship? He looked at the three of them. The regent of Great Zhou wasn't short, but compared to the tall Divine Wind and Duga Xiu, he looked very petite. While Li Cheng was still fantasizing, the Divine Wind King and Duga Xiu had already started fighting. Chapter 1031. Oh no, they're really fighting. Shen Feng and Duga Xiu were fighting in the sky above the Penglai Pavilion. Everyone's attention was attracted, and no one noticed that Yunxing had sneaked out. Looking at the sky, Yunxing saw Divine Wind nimbly using its movement technique to dodge Duga Xiu's biting cold attack. She heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Feng and Duga Xiu were equally matched in strength, so he was the best candidate to stall Duga Xiu. Fortunately, she had the foresight to talk to Shen Feng. Otherwise, she would have been entangled with Duga Xiu. The Emperor Zhao in red and the others had not returned yet. Needless to say, Yunxing also knew what had happened. It seemed that the spy who had harassed the Master of Molten Flame had revealed his true identity. Who would have thought that the Zhao state's first summoner was actually a spy from the Ba Huang tribe? As soon as Yunxing left the Penglai Pavilion, she used a disguise spell to change her appearance and became Yan Yun again. It was only a few miles from Ice Island to Fire Island. When Yunxing entered Fire Island, she showed the token that the seventh summoner had given her. The guards did not ask any questions and let her in. As she walked past, Yunxing heard the guards talking about the first summoner's injury. Yunxing had just walked a few steps when a person suddenly appeared in front of her. When that person saw Yunxing, he was very excited. Master Yan Yun, you finally appeared. I've been looking for you so hard. The seventh summoner was pleasantly surprised. In the past few days, he had almost turned the entire Penglai Island upside down, but he still could not find Yan Yun. Just when he thought that Yan Yun had left Penglai, Yan Yun suddenly appeared. What bad luck, Yunxing forced a smile. Seventh Lord, I'm really sorry. I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I left for a few days. I was just about to look for you. Yunxing could only find a random excuse. It doesn't matter. As long as Master Yan Yun can come back, it's fine. Oh right, I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I can't call Great Master. I'll go look for Great Master later. The seventh main caller was in a hurry. He had just received news that the first main caller was injured. At this moment, he was rushing to the area where the incident happened. Coincidentally, he bumped into Yunxing. Then let's not delay Seventh Lord any longer. Seventh Lord, do you remember that I mentioned earlier that I have an acquaintance in the Zhao state? I only found out a few days ago that he's a jailer in the Zhao state's water prison. May I know where the water prison is? Yunxing sneered in her heart. The first summoner was probably not far from death. Just let the Zhao state do whatever they want. The water prison is right below the Zhao state. However, it's an important place in the Zhao state. Normal people can't enter it. Here's my warrant. Great Master, use it as you wish. Return it to me when you see your acquaintance. The seventh main caller was bent on sucking up to Yan Yun. He didn't suspect Yunxing's motive and gave his warrant to Yunxing. It was really nothing. Yunxing expressed her gratitude a few more times before parting ways with the seventh summoner. The seventh main caller didn't stop and rushed to the area where the first main caller was injured. On the sea, there was already an empty ship anchored. On the empty ship, including Elder Si Ming, Penglai of Gojoseon, and the Emperor Zhao in red were all gathered around the first main caller. When Elder Si Ming arrived, he realized that the first main caller's condition was much worse than he thought. His 4 limbs were all chopped off. The first summoner's life is not in danger, but I'm afraid his limbs are going to be crippled. After Elder Si Ming checked, he used some magic healing and some magic potions. The first summoner's eyelids twitched before he woke up. First main caller, what happened? The Emperor Zhao in red had worked with the first main caller for many years. He was very clear about the first main caller's strength. Judging from the first main caller's injuries, he must have been ambushed by the enemy. The first main caller didn't know what to say. He could only use a few words to describe his current mood. It was really fucking annoying. The first main caller was indeed a spy from the Ba Huang tribe. However, he was different from Madame Chi Bai and the others. He came to the Ba Huang continent as a spy many years before Madame Chi Bai and the others. He didn't belong to the Ba Huang tribe. Instead, he came from the highest authority of the Ba Huang tribe, the Beast God Altar. The first main caller was a priest from the Beast God Altar. As he was proficient in the art of summoning, he was sent to the Boundless Continent and infiltrated the Zhao state. In the past few decades, he was cautious and cautious. Finally, he became a core figure in the Zhao state. He also tried his best to find out the location of the volcano seal. After 10 years, he gained the trust of the guardian of the volcano seal, the master of molten flame. Finally, he found a way to destroy the volcano seal. In fact, the first main caller had the chance to completely destroy the volcano seal. However, he didn't find the right opportunity. This was a rare occasion when the Dutian conference was held in Penglai. The first main caller wanted to capture the leaders of the top forces in the continent in one fell swoop. Not long after the people from the top forces entered the Penglai pavilion, the first main caller couldn't wait to dive into the deep sea. Just like the previous few times, he repeated the same trick. He wanted to give the volcano seal the most fatal blow. The first main caller also expected that after decades of constant harassment and destruction, the master of molten flame and the seal were very weak. However, just as he was about to transform into a shark man and approach the volcano seal, a strange scene happened. His hands and feet were suddenly entangled by a large number of tentacles. A dark king anemone tentacle suddenly appeared in the water. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from the volcano seal. The master of molten flame, who was supposed to be powerless, appeared on the seal. The Fire Lord's figure was dozens of meters tall. He had recovered his strength when they first met. The first main caller panicked. He immediately understood that he had been ambushed. The Fire Lord's anger caused the entire sea to tumble. Under the pincer attack of the Fire Lord and the King Anemone Tentacle, the first main caller had no choice but to cut off his own limbs at the last moment. Then, he used the magic item on his body to barely save his life. In the face of the Emperor Zhao in Red's interrogation, the first main caller couldn't say a word. He could only nod his head vaguely. This is too much. The people of the Ba Huang tribe must be trying to save the woman in the water prison. There's no time to lose. Let's return to the Zhao state immediately. I will use the blood of that lowly celestial fox people woman to avenge the first main caller. The Emperor Zhao in red was furious. These people from the Ba Huang tribe were too much. They dared to break into Penglai and commit murder. Wait, first main caller, why did you enter the sea? Penglai of Gojoseon, who had been standing beside him, suddenly asked. The first main caller was shocked. He didn't know how to explain. Also, Rumo has some knowledge of medicine. Looking at the first main caller's injuries, it seems to have been caused by him severing his own 4 limbs in order to escape. Ji Rumo's words made the first main caller's complexion turn even paler. Chapter 1032. When Penglai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo asked this question, the others on the ship also felt that it was a little strange. Especially the Emperor Zao in red, he was already looking at the first summoner's wound suspiciously. The first summoner's wound did not look like it could be cut by an external force. The Dutian meeting was a once-in-a-century event in Penglai. The Emperor Zao in red attached great importance to this meeting because of the gathering of the leaders of the major forces. He ordered a few summoners to be in charge of guarding various important positions in the Zao state. Thinking back, this Dutian meeting was also suggested by the first summoner, the Emperor Zao in red. Today, before the meeting, the first summoner even requested to be in charge of guarding the Zao state. However, he left his post without permission and suddenly appeared in the Penglai Sea. The whole thing sounded very suspicious. First summoner, Penglai of Gojosian is right. You shouldn't be here. Tell me, what is going on? The red-clothed summoner looked serious. Because he is a spy. He is trying to break the seal of the volcano. An unfamiliar, majestic voice came from the sea. When the voice came, the sea that was originally calm began to boil. It was as if it had turned into lava in an instant. Plop! The bottom of the sea churned as if a volcano was erupting. The whole ship started to shake. Flames soared into the sky. Within the flames, a fire venerable that was dozens of meters tall appeared. His entire body was composed of lava and black tortoise. He had a head and a face, like a stone giant. He floated in the air above the airship. The Master of Molten Flame stared at the first summoner angrily. In a muffled voice, he told the first summoner about all the good things he had done in the past few decades. This was the guardian beast of the volcano on the Fire Island. He did not expect it to be a Fire Lord in human form. The Emperor Zao in red's expression changed. He did not expect the volcano seal on the Fire Island to be hidden in the deep sea. What was even more unexpected was that the number one summoner he had always trusted was actually a spy. The Emperor Zao in red's eyes turned cold when he thought about how the volcano seal was almost destroyed, how the extinct volcano almost erupted, and how the Penglai Islands were almost annihilated. He snorted coldly, and a red light flashed across the unknown demon beast soul stone on the Emperor Zao's ring on his right hand. As soon as the flame venerable appeared, the first summoner knew that he could no longer hide the matter. He decided not to quibble anymore. Since you've seen through it, I have nothing to say. Fire Supremacy, I only have one question for you. You were clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, so how did you recover so quickly? The first summoner did not panic. Dozens of years of hibernation, just when the great plan was about to succeed, it was destroyed in a single day. The first summoner looked calm, but the anger and unwillingness in his heart were like lava in the sea, churning endlessly. Right now, he only wanted to know who was the one who made things difficult for him and forced him to such a state. He thought that he had concealed it well. Even the shrewd Ji Romo and the Emperor Zao in red were kept in the dark by him. Humph, cunning Murloc. Do you think that I will fall for it again? I will never reveal the identity of my new master. The Master of Molten Flame did not fall for it this time. However, he was implying that his recovery had something to do with his new master. With the help of the Vermilion Bird Totem, the Master of Molten Flame had recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. His current strength was slightly stronger than that of the Dark Devil Plant King Anemone. His aura was enough to intimidate most of the mages and warriors. The other party was able to make a powerhouse like the Master of Molten Flame bow down to him. One could only imagine his strength. The Emperor Zao in red's eyes lit up. The volcano seal was personally created by the Emperor Zao in red. It was rumored that only the person who had the summoning demon hand could repair the volcano seal. Could it be that the summoning demon hand that had been missing for a long time had appeared again? First summoner, on account of your many years of service to the Zao state, if you do not resist, I can spare your life. The Emperor Zao in red glared at him angrily. Ha! The Emperor Zao in red, let me tell you, don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The first summoner's severely injured body suddenly emitted an icy blue magic power. The Emperor Zao in red and the others saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated from the ship. Not good, leave the ship immediately. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The first summoner's body exploded and turned into dust. The entire empty ship was destroyed in an instant. When the explosion was heard, the first summoner's voice was still ringing in everyone's ears. Just you wait, humans. When the 8 wilderness beast god returns to the boundless land, you will all pay with your blood. The beast god alters soul explosion spell. I didn't expect the first summoner to come from the core of the 8 wilderness tribe, the beast god altar. Elder Si Ming was speechless. Different from the distribution of power in the boundless land, the 8 wilderness tribe was located in the 8 wilderness continent. Other than the tribe leaders of the 8 wilderness tribes, there was another existence that was above the 8 wilderness tribe leaders. That was the 8 wilderness beast god altar. It was rumored that the 8 wilderness beast god altar was formed by 8 beast god priests. These 8 beast god priests were proficient in all kinds of ancient witchcraft spells. The soul explosion spell was one of the special spells of the beast god altar. It used a magician's magic soul or a warrior's martial soul to ignite and explode in an instant. The power of the explosion was shocking. The first summoner's hands and feet were crippled, so everyone let down their guard. If they did not dodge in time, they would have been severely injured even if they did not die. What happened? The Emperor Zao read. What kind of monster is that? The 7th summoner had just arrived with a few summoners. He did not see the first summoner explode. He only saw the master of molten flame, who was like a mirage. Don't be rude. This is the guardian of the volcano, the master of molten flame, the Emperor Zao in red reprimanded. The master of molten flame was the guardian of the volcano seal, which was equivalent to the guardian of Penglai. His status and identity were so high that even the red coat summoners had to avoid him. Ignorant humans, I don't want to have anything to do with you. The master of molten flame had taken his revenge, so he could not be bothered with the people of the Zao state. A fiery figure dived into the sea. The lava on the surface of the sea disappeared, and the sea became calm again. A large number of wreckages of empty ships were floating on the surface of the sea. 7th summoner, why are you here? I didn't ask you to replace the first summoner to guard the Zao state. The Emperor Zao in red was depressed. Other than the 3 of them, everyone on the empty ship had died in the explosion. The Emperor Zao, didn't you ask a guard to tell me to come find you? The 7th summoner was supposed to replace the first summoner to guard the Zao state. However, a guard suddenly told him that the Emperor Zao in red had ordered him to immediately bring people to support the first summoner. Chapter 1033. I did not order anyone to look for you. The Emperor Zao in red was fuming with anger. Needless to say, the 7th summoner had been lured away. I want to ask you something. Did you see anything unusual on your way here? The Emperor Zao in red wanted to kill the 7th summoner with one blow. Nothing unusual. If you want to talk about something, it's just that I met Yan Yun on my way here. She's one of us, the 7th summoner said suspiciously. Who is Yan Yun? The Emperor Zao in red asked. She is a husbandry summoner that this subordinate recently hired from the summoning center. Her abilities are outstanding, and she is a holy beast husbandry master. The 7th Lord could no longer hide the fact that he had been summoned, so he had no choice but to reveal everything. The 7th summoner thought that the Emperor Zao would be happy that he had found a sacred beast tamer. Idiot! You don't even know that you've been tricked. That Yan Yun is the accomplice of the person who lured us away. Her target must be the Zao State's water prison. The Emperor Zao in red was not happy at all. He even scolded the seventh summoner. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Furthermore, the Emperor Zao in red had never heard of a sacred beast tamer in this world. If he guessed correctly, the sacred beast tamer Yan Yun must be the new master of the demon hand. The Emperor Zao, I didn't know anything about this, the seventh summoner said with a sad face. Humph. Did they think that they could save someone just like that? The water prison is not that easy to break into. The Emperor Zao in red had a strange smile on his face. The Emperor Zao in red. Don't tell me you still have a trick up your sleeve. The seventh summoner's face lit up. If anything happened to the water prison because of his stupidity, the Emperor Zao would not let him off the hook. I knew that something would happen in the next few days, and I've already ordered the ninth overseer to stand guard there. If someone really wanted to break into the prison, what awaited them was a lesson worse than death. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Junior Brother, the Emperor Zao in red said and nodded at Elder Si Ming. Junior Brother. The seventh summoner felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that the Emperor Zao in red and Elder Si Ming of the temple were actually fellow disciples? Senior Martial Brother, you're exaggerating. I only divined that a disaster would befall the Zao state. At first, I thought it was just a groundless fear. But now, it seems like the first summoner has betrayed us, and the Zao state is being attacked. A disaster is imminent. Senior Brother, how do you plan to deal with it? Chang Si Ming asked worriedly. The Dharma Temple and the Zao state were one and the same. There were countless connections between the two, but very few people knew about this secret. In the past, the Emperor Zao in red and Elder Si Ming of the temple were both orphans adopted by the Zao state. However, Elder Si Ming couldn't summon any beasts, so he was bullied in the Zao state. Thanks to Ji Romo's help, Elder Si Ming left the Zao state and joined the Dharma Temple. He hid in the Dharma Temple for a few decades, and finally became the Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple with his outstanding prediction ability. All these years, Elder Si Ming had been in contact with the Dharma Temple. A while ago, Elder Si Ming observed the sky at night and discovered that the world was about to change. The direction indicated that the change was in the Zao state. He roughly guessed that the change would happen on the day of the Dutian conference, so he quickly informed the Emperor Zao in red. That was why the Emperor Zao in red had taken precautions. Follow the original plan. You and I will split into two groups. I will kill the invaders, and Junior Brother, please lead the people from the Dharma Temple to carry out the blood sacrifice earlier. The Emperor Zao in red waved his hand, and everyone flew towards the fire island like a meteor. The Pinglai of Gojoseon and Ji Romo stood in the air above the sea. His expression was unreadable under his jade-like mask. The moment the first summoner's soul self-destructed, a man in a red cloak in the beast god altar of the Ba Huang tribe was alerted. He was hidden under the cloak, and his face was blurred. However, his body exuded a wild aura, and there was a sense of urgency in the air, as if a storm was coming. A woman in a similar cloak walked in. Big Brother, the eighth priest. Old 8 has fallen, damn humans. Under the cloak, only a pair of beastly eyes could be seen. The first summoner was the highest-ranked person sent out by the Ba Huang continent. Before he sneaked into the boundless continent, he was the eighth priest of the beast god altar. His existence was unknown to the other tribes of the Ba Huang continent. The 8 priests of the beast god altar were as close as brothers. When the first summoner used the soul explosion technique, he was prepared to die together with the enemy. At the same time, he used the last of his strength to use his life as a signal to inform the other priests. We must avenge the 8th priest. Order the 8 main tribes to gather their forces and attack the Dutian blood seal. Yes, High Priest. The beast soul explosion technique was a suicidal technique, and at the same time, a special technique to warn others. The death of the first main summoner had completely infuriated Beast God Altar. The 8 Wastelands continent instantly became turbulent. The 8 great tribes gathered their people in half a day and charged towards bloody sky metropolis Jia. After a few thousand years, the conflict between the Boundless continent and the Ba Huang continent erupted once again. This time, the crisis had an impact on Yunxing. She did not expect this. Before she planned to kill the first summoner, Yunxing did not know that the first summoner was from the Beast God Altar. She also did not know that the Dharma Temple and the Zao State had formed an alliance. After receiving the 7th summoner's order, Yunxing went to the Zao State's water prison. After showing the order token, she entered the water prison smoothly. After entering the water prison, Yunxing realized that the water prison was very big and was divided into many levels. For a moment, Yunxing did not know why her father wanted her to go to the water prison. Just as Yunxing was searching, a familiar voice called out to her. Yunxing was alerted and gripped the magic scepter in her hand tightly. Xing. Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the familiar voice behind her. Father. Yunxing turned around. It was his daughter's voice, but why did she look like? Yun Sanghai also took off his mask and revealed his face. The father and daughter had not seen each other for many years. Who would have thought that they would meet again in the Zao State's water prison after parting at the Jade capital? Xing, what happened to you? Where is Yi Baiming? Yun Sanghai looked at his daughter from head to toe. Yunxing was still dressed as Yen Yun. Yun Sanghai recognized Yunxing because of the tacit understanding between the father and daughter. Now that she was in the water prison, the Emperor Zao in red and the others could come back at any time. Time was of the essence, so Yunxing could not explain more to Yun Sanghai. Yunxing immediately thought, Father, I will tell you more about this another day. Have you heard of a woman named Hu Xing in the past few years in Pinglai? She is the saintess of the celestial fox people. She was captured by the Zao State a long time ago. She looks like me and is easy to recognize. Chapter 1034. Yunxing saw that her father was wearing a prison guard's uniform. She guessed that after her father left Tianyi City, he must have been lurking in Pinglai for the past few years. She just didn't know if he and her mother had met. Xing, I asked you to come to the water dungeon to tell you that the woman named Hu Xing is imprisoned in the water dungeon. Moreover, she was caught by your mother and the second lord. The person they wanted to catch was originally you, but because she looked like you, she was caught by mistake. I should have told you this long ago, but I was worried about your safety, so I didn't tell you. Yun Sanghai looked remorseful. It's true. Hu Xing was caught because of me. Father, you're too muddle-headed. After Yunxing learned the truth, she felt even more guilty for Hu Xing. You'd better go and see that girl. She's very haggard these days and doesn't want to eat. No matter how I persuade her, it's useless. Yun Sanghai looked at Hu Xing's appearance and felt sad. Hu Xing and Yunxing looked exactly the same, but Hu Xing's temperament was very different from his daughter's. What kind of past did that child experience to make her look like she had nothing to live for? Father, I don't blame you. Take me to see her. Yunxing could understand her father's thoughts. As a parent, he would not hesitate to turn into an evil spirit for his children. However, Hu Jiuxing pretended not to know and made the best of it. She caught Hu Xing to take the blame. Did this mean that in Hu Jiuxing's heart, she still cared about her biological relationship with her daughter? Yunxing and Yun Sanghai immediately found the cell where Hu Xing was. The conditions of the cell were very poor. The wounds on Hu Xing's hands and feet were festering. Yunxing saw this and became even more resentful. What a Zhao state! How could they use such a heavy punishment on a weak woman? Hu Xing, we're here to save you, Yunxing called out softly. In the cell, Hu Xing did not move. Perhaps it was because she had not eaten for a long time. Hu Xing seemed to have fainted. She lay on the ground motionlessly, her long black hair covering her face. There were streaks of blood on her prison clothes, and a rat scurried past her. Yunxing did not give him a chance to explain. Her magic scepter flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck the prison cell's chains. The chains broke, and Yunxing kicked open the cell door. She was just about to open the cell door, walk in, and help Hu Xing up. The moment Yunxing leaned over, her eyebrows twitched as if she had sensed something. With an unprecedented sense of crisis, Yunxing subconsciously used her demon steps. Just as she took a step forward, the biting cold wind blade brushed past her face. There was a burning pain on her face, and a red scar appeared on her face. Xing be careful. Yun Songhai realized that the person in the cell was not Hu Xing. The woman who had been crawling on the ground stood up and tore off the wig on her head and the prison clothes on her body. Because of the woman's appearance, the dim prison cell suddenly brightened up a little. It was a face so beautiful that it made people tremble. Even if there was no smile on the woman's face, she was still as beautiful as a blooming rose. Her beautiful eyes were dazzling, and there was a hint of beauty in her charm. The ninth lord of the Zhao state, summoner Hu Jiuxing. At the same time, many summoners suddenly barged into the originally empty prison cell. The real Hu Xing's limbs were shackled. She was escorted out by 2 summoners. Yunxing, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Hu Xing was agitated and wanted to walk over, but he was restrained by the 2 summoners and couldn't move. The Hu Xing in the cell was actually Hu Jiuxing in disguise. Yun Songhai, how can you do this to Xing? She's our daughter. Yun Songhai was furious. He didn't expect that Hu Jiuxing would actually be hiding in the dark. Father. Don't say anything more. Mother is a little strange. Yunxing was keenly aware that Hu Jiuxing was a little different from the last time she saw her. Today, her face was as cold as ice. Set off by her silver-white hair, her red lips were as red as blood, and her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. It was as if she didn't recognize Yunxing and Yun Songhai at all. This Hu Jiuxing was not the Hu Jiuxing that Yunxing and Yun Songhai had met earlier. Her entire person was shrouded in a murderous aura, like a bloody Rakshasa from hell. Those who trespass into the water prison will be killed without mercy. Hu Jiuxing's lips burst out a sentence. These words caused the hearts of Yunxing and Yun Songhai to tremble. Her eyes were cold and emotionless as she looked at Yunxing and Yun Songhai. She was now like a killing machine. This morning, the Emperor Zhao in red called her over. After she came back, she couldn't remember anything. In her mind, only this sentence was repeated over and over again. Yunxing and Yun Songhai in front of her were strangers to her. Yun Songhai gritted his teeth and quickly scanned the surroundings. Xing, I'll be in charge of delaying your mother. You take Hu Xing and leave immediately. Yun Songhai knew that he had fallen into the Emperor Zhao in red's trap. Time was tight. If he didn't let his daughter escape quickly, Yunxing and Hu Xing would both be in danger once the Emperor Zhao in red returned. Yun Songhai was well aware of Yunxing's strength. Other than Hu Jiuxing, the other summoners were no match for Yunxing. No, father. Take Hu Xing and leave. Leave mother to me. Yunxing shook her head. Her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was a summoner. Yunxing had seen her strength a long time ago. Now that she had lost her humanity, she was too dangerous. Yunsheng was afraid that she would do something that she would regret for the rest of her life. There's no need to refuse. Both of you have to stay. Hu Jiuxing sneered and raised her hand. Space-time prohibition. She chanted. Gray magical waves gushed out from the magic scepter in her hand. In an instant, Yunsheng and Yunsanghai felt their bodies become sluggish. They couldn't move. Just as the space-time prohibition was about to take effect, a green fog suddenly filled the cell. The poisonous fog caught the summoners of the Zao state off guard. It was Abandon's poisonous fog. Yunsheng's hands and feet immediately regained their freedom. She took out a few elixirs that she had prepared beforehand and had her father, Hu Xing, and the others take them immediately. Yunsheng, we're here to help you. Just then, Abandon and Gufeng rushed in. Before the Dutian conference, Yunsheng had already discussed with Abandon and Gufeng. They had already sneaked into the Zao state and hid in the water prison. When Hu Xing saw Abandon, his eyes lit up. You two, escort Hu Xing out of here first. Father and I will meet up with him. Yunsheng and her father looked at each other. They both knew that today was the best chance to take Hu Jiuxing away. If they missed this chance, they might not have another chance in the future. The next few chapters were the most difficult to write. It was very difficult to write. Let Big Fuzi sort it out first. Taught. Chapter 1035. Qi hesitated for a moment and looked at Yunsheng worriedly. After receiving the latter's encouraging gaze, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the cell with Gufeng supporting Hu Xing. Leave him behind. Hu Jiuxing immediately took a pill. When the poisonous fog in the cell dissipated, she saw that Hu Xing was long gone. She immediately flew into a rage. Her murderous aura was dense. She jumped a few times like a hungry wolf pouncing on a tiger, wanting to chase after Qi and Gufeng. Father, I'll leave the others to you. I'll deal with Mother. Yunsheng said as she rushed towards Hu Jiuxing like a swift and fierce falcon. Yunsheng had the night demon footwork and the blessing of the wind spirit. Her movement technique was very agile. She was extremely fast and rushed all the way. Suddenly, she blocked Hu Jiuxing. As she rushed, rows of dark thorns rose from the ground and formed a thorny barrier, blocking Hu Jiuxing's path. Do you think you can trap me with such petty tricks? Hu Jiuxing's gaze turned sharp. Break! Between her slender fingers, there was a whistling sound. It was as if a golden spear or an iron sword had slashed through the dark thorns. The dark brambles were instantly cut into several pieces as if they were rice being cut. But just as Hu Jiuxing broke the dark thorns' attack. Space-time prohibition. Yunsheng had already cast her next spell. Yunsheng had seen Hu Jiuxing's magic before. She knew that ordinary magic would not be able to stop Hu Jiuxing. Before Hu Jiuxing could react, her body was petrified and could not move. She did not expect that Yunsheng would also know space-time forbidden magic. Unlike 3 or 4 years ago, Yunsheng was no longer a master magician who had just learned the forbidden magic. Now, her space-time prohibition could last for about 15 minutes. In this 15 minutes, Qi and Hu Xing had enough time to escape from the Zao state. At the same time, many summoners who were lying in ambush outside the water prison rushed in. Most of them had summoned beasts with them. The magic scepters in their hands flashed with dazzling magic light. Yun Songhai watched as Yunsheng blocked Hu Jiuxing and faced the group of summoners. The summoners and beasts formed a circle inside and outside. Each of them looked fierce. After getting into an attacking formation, they rushed towards Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai raised his magic scepter high. On top of the scepter, 6 magic soul stones suddenly lit up. Yun Songhai's figure was tall and imposing. At this moment, the soul stone on the magic staff in his hand was like fresh blood. This scene was so familiar to Yunxing. 18 years ago, when she transmigrated into the body of a newborn baby, her father, Yun Songhai, also used a similar magic. But this time, her father's cultivation, burning hell slash. In the dim dungeon, countless flames surged towards Yun Songhai. The twisting and churning flames quickly turned into a huge flaming sword. Yun Songhai brandished the raging inferno demonic blade in his hand. Wherever the blade passed, it drew out streaks of indestructible flames. When those summoners and magical beasts touched those flames, they let out miserable cries. There was a burnt smell in the air, like that of roasted meat. Screams and cries filled the air. In an instant, the dungeon seemed to have become a purgatory on earth. Yun Songhai's flames were powerful, but they were no threat to Yunxing, who had the hellfire of the elves. Yunxing's eyes lit up when she saw that her father was unstoppable. She could see clearly that her father's cultivation had improved a lot compared to when he was in the Jade Capital. 6 soul stones. Yunxing was overjoyed. She knew that her father, Yun Songhai, had also broken through in the past few years. Before Yunxing and Yi Baiming appeared, Yun Songhai was considered one of the few magical geniuses in Zhou State. If he had not been persecuted by the Zhou State, his achievements would not have stopped at where he was today. When Yunxing first came to the Boundless Land, Yun Songhai was a sky magician. He was only in his 20s at that time. But because of the strange poison in his body, Yun Songhai's magical cultivation had been declining for a long time. The stage from a sky magician to a sanctuary guardian king was a threshold for countless magicians in the mainland. Some people could not even break through in their lifetime. Yun Songhai originally thought that he had no hope of becoming a sanctuary guardian king in this lifetime. But he did not expect that his daughter, Yunxing, would actually be able to find the Spring of Life. After the Spring of Life removed the beast blood curse on Yun Songhai's body, not only did it remove the poison in Yun Songhai's body, but it also directly evolved Yun Songhai's Dharma soul. 2 years ago, it even allowed Yun Songhai to break through from a sky magician to a sanctuary guardian king. Yun Songhai could be considered to have profited from a disaster. Jiuxing. No matter what you become, you are still my wife. Yun Songhai's gaze was extremely determined. He stared at Hu Jiuxing with a burning gaze as if he wanted to see through her. That's right, mother. Our family of 3 will always be together. Father and I will never give up on you. Yunxing also said resolutely. Hu Jiuxing only felt a surge of heat in her throat. Something flashed in her mind. There was once a man who solemnly told her that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. Some images in her mind became clearer and clearer. Jiuxing, I, Yun Songhai, swear that I will take care of you and our child for the rest of my life. If you give birth to a son, call him Yunxing. If you give birth to a daughter, call her Yun Songhai. The man's handsome face was full of anticipation. Yun Songhai. Yunxing, they were his family. Father, mother seems to have thought of something. Yunxing saw that Hu Xing's appearance was a little different. Xing, what are you going to do? Yun Songhai was still a little wary. Don't worry, father. I have a way to control mother. Yunxing had seen similar symptoms before. At this time, Hu Jiuxing was like a patient with schizophrenia. There should be 2 personalities in her heart now. One was the personality of Hu Jiuxing that had not yet disappeared, and the other was the personality that was controlled by the Emperor Zhao in Red's heart crystal. These 2 personalities were constantly mixing, making Hu Jiuxing unable to distinguish which one was the real her. On one hand, she wanted to reunite with Yunxing and Yun Songhai, but on the other hand, she was under the control of the Emperor Zhao in Red, and it was difficult for her to control herself. What Yunsheng wanted to do now was to boldly give it a try. Yunsheng wanted to use the Celestial Fox clan's corpse puppet technique to try and control her mother, Hu Jiuxing. If she could make the power of the corpse puppet technique surpass that of the heart crystal, then her mother would be able to break free from the Emperor Zhao in Red's control. Yunsheng removed the spacetime restriction and walked step by step towards Hu Jiuxing. Hu Jiuxing, who was immersed in her memories, did not show any repulsion towards Yunsheng's approach. "Mother, look at me." Yunsheng's voice was like a feather softly falling into Hu Jiuxing's ears. Hu Jiuxing was at a loss. She raised her head and looked at Yunsheng. Chapter 1036. The corpse puppet technique was the witchcraft of the Celestial Fox people that Yunsheng had learned after entering the Celestial Fox tomb. It was the witchcraft that the Celestial Fox people was most proficient in. At first glance, the corpse puppet technique didn't sound very powerful. It wasn't a magic spell or a battle technique. However, only those who had learned the corpse puppet technique would know how terrifying the corpse puppet technique was. The corpse puppet technique was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. They corresponded to the 3 stages of proficiency, and expertise. Proficiency allowed one to control ordinary people. The learning time was about 1 to 5 years. Proficiency allowed one to control people or magical beasts that were weaker than oneself. The learning time was about 5 to 20 years. Only proficiency allowed one to surpass one's level and control people that were equal to or stronger than oneself. To reach the level of expertise required at least 20 years of cultivation. According to the stone tablet in the Celestial Fox tomb, Hu Yan was proficient in the corpse puppet technique. She had even used the corpse puppet technique to instantly kill a martial emperor. Yunsheng had only learned the corpse puppet technique for less than 5 years. However, when she was cultivating, she accidentally discovered that the corpse puppet technique was unexpectedly compatible with the Yan family Shenong Ai. Cultivating the two as one allowed her to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, even though Yunsheng had only learned the corpse puppet technique for less than 5 years, she had already reached proficiency in it. However, even though she had reached proficiency, Yunsheng could only use the corpse puppet technique to control warriors or magicians that were weaker than herself. Furthermore, she couldn't maintain the technique for more than 6 hours. Previously, Yunsheng had indeed used the technique a few times and it was very effective. However, those targets were only average warriors or magicians. However, it was different this time. Yunsheng was going to use the corpse puppet technique on her own mother. As the 9th summoner of the Zhao state, Hu Jiuxing was much stronger than the 7th summoner that Yunsheng had previously fought. Her cultivation was also slightly higher than Yunsheng's. Yunsheng didn't know how effective the corpse puppet technique would be on her. Yunsheng's ethereal voice fell into Hu Jiuxing's ears, giving her the illusion that she was in the clouds. "Mother, I'm Yunsheng. Father and I are here to find you. Let's go home together," Yunsheng whispered as if she was coaxing a child. "No, my home is in the Zhao state." Hu Jiuxing shook her head. She was like a lost child. "The Zhao state is not your home. It was the Emperor Zhao in red who used his heart to control you." Yunsheng was not discouraged and continued to guide her patiently. Yun Songhai was also anxious as he stared at his wife. He wanted to go forward, but he was afraid that he would scare Hu Jiuxing, so he could only wait anxiously at the side. "Jiuxing, what are you hesitating for? Kill these people." Just as Yunsheng's corpse puppet technique was getting better, the Emperor Zhao in red suddenly appeared in the dungeon. Seeing Hu Jiuxing's appearance, the Emperor Zhao in red was terrified. He took out a heart crystal. Seeing the heart crystal, Hu Jiuxing, who had lost her ability to resist, suddenly had her eyes turn red. Mother! Look at me, don't worry about the heart crystal. I know you recognize me in Father. Wake up, for the past 10 years, Father and I have been waiting for you to come back. We have always been waiting for you. Yunxing suddenly grabbed Hu Jiuxing's arms. Her black eyes had turned golden. Hu Jiuxing stared at the pair of golden eyes in front of her. She felt as if her head was being pierced by needles. It was painful. No, don't force me. Hu Jiuxing held her head in pain. Seeing Hu Jiuxing in pain, Yun Sanghai and the Emperor Zhao in red couldn't help but step forward at the same time. Mother! Come back! Yunxing's pupils shrank. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Hu Jiuxing's hands. The power of the jade marrow technique in her body was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. Almost at the same time, there was a bang sound. The heart crystal in the Emperor Zhao in red's hand exploded. The sharp fragments of the heart crystal caused the Emperor Zhao in red's hand to bleed. This was... The Emperor Zhao in red couldn't believe that the heart crystal had exploded. Hu Jiuxing, who had lost control of the heart crystal's power, blacked out and fainted in Yunxing's arms. Jiuxing! Jiuxing! Seeing that Hu Jiuxing had fainted, the two men who were deeply in love with Hu Jiuxing looked worried. At the same time, they also noticed each other. Yun Sanghai, you're still alive. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you myself 18 years ago. The Emperor Zhao in red regretted not killing Yun Sanghai and his bastard child. If he hadn't been concerned about his identity as the Emperor Zhao, or if he hadn't believed in the effects of the beast blood curse, this wouldn't have happened today. The Emperor Zhao in red, you despicable and shameless person. You first cast the beast blood curse on me, then used the heart crystal to control Jiuxing. Today, I, Yun Sanghai, will take revenge even if I have to risk my life. The man in front of him was the main culprit who had caused his family of 3 to suffer for so many years. Ha, Yun Sanghai, what right do you have to fight with me? In terms of character, appearance, power, and influence, you can't compare to me in any of them. The only thing I lost to you in is that I am Jiuxing's master. If Jiuxing hadn't been afraid of my master-disciple relationship, she would never have married you. The Emperor Zhao in red said disdainfully. He had always believed that Hu Jiuxing had only chosen Yun Sanghai because she had been deceived by him. Back then, he had confessed his feelings to Hu Jiuxing, but Hu Jiuxing had rejected him on the grounds that they were master and disciple and that the world wouldn't tolerate it. You're wrong. My mother has never liked you. The Emperor Zhao in red, you don't have to lie to yourself. If my mother had even the slightest bit of love for you, you wouldn't have used the heart crystal to control her, the woman next to him sneered. Yunxing's words stung the Emperor Zhao in red. Yunxing was right. Back then, the Emperor Zhao in red had painstakingly captured Hu Jiuxing and brought her back to the Zhao state. He had tried to persuade her nicely, thinking that Hu Jiuxing would accept him. Who would have thought that Hu Jiuxing wouldn't even say a word to him? She only had hatred for the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao in red. She hated the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao in red for killing so many blood cloud beasts. She hated the Zhao state for killing her foster parents. You're that vile spawn. The Emperor Zhao in red stared at Yunxing. You're that shameless Emperor Zhao. Yunxing raised her eyebrows. Bah! What an old man. Although he had taken good care of himself, Yunxing had heard that the Emperor Zhao in red was of the same generation as the first summoner and elder Si Ming. He was at least 60 or 70 years old. He was old enough to be her mother's father. How dare he have designs on her beautiful mother? How dare you insult I? The Emperor Zhao in red was one of the strongest people in both the Zhao state and the Wuji continent. No one had ever insulted him in such a tone. So what if I'm insulting you? You broke up a family and stole someone's wife. You shameless old man. You're not worthy of being Emperor Zhao. Yunsheng's words were sharp. The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that his face turned green and white. Chapter 1037. Just as the Emperor Zhao in red was about to explode with anger, many of the Zhao state's main summoners and summoners, including the seventh summoner, arrived at the scene. The Emperor Zhao in red was on his way back to the Zhao state with everyone. The Emperor Zhao in red suddenly felt that the heart crystal on his body was boiling hot. This heart crystal was what the Emperor Zhao in red usually used to control Hu Jiusheng. If the heart crystal was abnormal, it meant that something had happened to Hu Jiusheng. The Emperor Zhao in red was concerned about Hu Jiusheng's safety, so he left everyone behind and rushed over. Emperor Zhao, she's Yan Yun. The seventh summoner pointed at Yunsheng. Idiot, her name isn't Yan Yun. She's Yun Songhai's bastard child, Yunsheng. Seeing that the seventh summoner was still not enlightened, Emperor Zhao wanted to execute him immediately. Ah! Isn't that the traitor, Hu Jiusheng? Why is she here? The seventh summoner glanced at the unconscious woman in Yan Yun's arms. The seventh summoner wanted to swallow his own tongue. At the same time, he recognized the summoner's robe that Hu Jiusheng was wearing. It was the ninth summoner's robe. Hu Jiusheng was infamous in the Zhao state. She was originally the Emperor Zhao in red's most valued disciple. She was so powerful that the Emperor Zhao in red even wanted to make an exception for her and promote her to a main summoner. However, almost 20 years ago, Hu Jiusheng betrayed the Emperor Zhao in one night. She even killed a main summoner who was on a mission with her. Since then, the Zhao state had issued an order to kill her. It was rumored that after she was captured 18 years ago, she was executed by the Emperor Zhao in red. Who would have thought that not only did she not die, but she also stayed in the Zhao state as the ninth summoner all these years? Everyone in the Zhao state knew that the ninth summoner was favored by the Emperor Zhao in red. However, because of the Emperor Zhao in red's power, no one in the Zhao state dared to say anything. However, when they saw the ninth summoner's face, they realized that the ninth summoner was actually thinking about the past, the Emperor Zhao's love for Hu Jiusheng. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao? No one dared to think further. For a moment, everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao, if the woman in front of us is the bastard child of Yun Songhai and Hu Jiusheng, then who was the woman in the water prison? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. It doesn't matter who it is. The only path left for that woman is death. The red-robed Zhao Huang suddenly chuckled. His words made Yunsheng feel uneasy. Why did the Emperor Zhao in red look so confident? Logically speaking, Hu Sheng should have safely left Penglai under the cover of Gufeng and abandon. Yunsheng, bad news. Hu Sheng has been captured. Sister Lan appeared in front of Yunsheng with wounds all over her body. Didn't I ask Gufeng and abandon to send Hu Sheng away? When Yunsheng heard this, her mind went blank. It turned out that after Yunsheng stalled Hu Jiusheng, Gufeng and abandon took Hu Sheng and escaped from the Zhao state. Along the way, Lan and Dong Huangling, who were already prepared, were also in charge of providing support. Just as the five of them reached the estuary of Penglai, something unexpected happened. We encountered Elder Si Ming from the Temple of Law. He and a group of sorcerers from the Temple of Law attacked us. Both Abandon and I were injured. Gu Feng and Ling were slightly better, but they were also lightly injured. Hu Sheng was also taken away. Gu Feng and Ling chased after them. I rushed over to report the news. Yunsheng and Sister Lan had known each other for a long time. Other than that time in the Dutian blood realm, she had never seen her sister suffer such serious injuries. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You definitely didn't expect that Elder Si Ming from the Temple of Law is Ai's junior brother. I have already investigated the identity of the woman called Hu Xing that you mentioned. She should be the Celestial Fox people from the 8 Desolation tribe. The Celestial Fox Saintess from the Boundless Continent. The Emperor Zhao in red was not completely unsuspicious of the identity of Yunsheng in the water prison. This was because he had long heard that Yunsheng from the Zhou state was not a kind person. After all, this woman had inherited the blood of Hu Jiusheng and Yun Songhai. Back then, this woman had single-handedly uprooted the continent's #1 medical center, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. She was also the deputy commander of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. When she was in Skywing City, she had even received the title of Combat King. On the other hand, the woman in the water prison had no redeeming qualities other than her stubbornness. Therefore, the Emperor Zhao in red ordered people to investigate her identity. Combining the information sent by the spies from the 8 Desolation tribe, the Emperor Zhao in red deduced that the Yunsheng in the water prison was the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Although she was not Yunsheng, she was a pure descendant of the Celestial Fox. Compared to the mixed-blood Yunsheng, she was more suitable for the blood sacrifice. The Emperor Zhao in red had not killed Hu Xing in the past 3 years partly because he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the real Yunsheng to walk into his trap. He was also waiting for the Dutian blood seal to collapse and for the Zhao state to appear in front of the world as the savior of the continent. Although there was an interlude with the first summoning, at least things were not completely out of his expectations. Yunsheng and her father finally appeared. What do you want to do to Hu Xing? Yunsheng was burning with anxiety. She did not expect that her rescue this time would put her good friend and Hu Xing in danger. Even Sister Lan could not stop Chang Si-ming. Even if Ling and Gufeng caught up with Chang Si-ming, they would not have a chance to rescue Hu Xing. Of course, we will use them for the blood sacrifice to redraw the Dutian blood seal. However, before you care about the safety of others, shouldn't you care about your own life? I heard that you are an outstanding sacred beast tamer. I will give you a choice. You and your mother will submit to the Zhao state. If you do, I will spare your lives. The Emperor Zhao in red held 2 heart crystals in his hand. The Emperor Zhao in red was very sharp. He noticed that Yunsheng was the main reason why Hu Jiusheng lost control. As long as he subdued Yunsheng, it would not be difficult to control Hu Jiusheng again. Moreover, after the Dutian conference, the Zhao state had lost a lot of people. If he could recruit a sacred beast tamer to the Zhao state, it would be very beneficial for the Zhao state's recovery. Dream on, Ji Fang. As long as I, Yun Songhai, am around, you will not be able to touch a single strand of their hair. Yun Songhai shielded his wife and daughter, hiding them behind him. 18 years ago, he was almost ruined by Ji Fang. This time, he would absolutely not allow history to repeat itself. When the Emperor Zhao in red noticed the soul stone on Yun Songhai's magic scepter, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that Yun Songhai would be able to break through after being inflicted with the beast blood curse. Your courage is commendable, but you have no brains. You are just a mere magician. You are not strong enough to fight against me, Emperor Zhao. The Emperor Zhao in red rubbed the Emperor Zhao ring on his hand. Then, do you dare to fight with me? Yunsheng's cold and arrogant voice rang in the Emperor Zhao in red's ears. Everyone has a monthly vote. Remember to vote. Chapter 1038. You dare. You still don't dare. Yunsheng's words were loud and clear. Yunxing wanted to fight, and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. Hu Xing had been captured and could be used as a blood sacrifice at any time. She was in a very dangerous situation. Yunxing did not have time to waste. If she was forced into a corner, she would not hesitate to summon the demon hand and fight the Emperor Zhao in red. As long as she defeated the Emperor Zhao in red, the Zhao state would be leaderless and it would be easy to break through. However, Yunxing's words were like a slap to the Emperor Zhao in red's ears. The red-robed summoner king's expression changed. The gazes of the other summoners beside him also changed as they looked at Yunxing. Other than the seventh main summoner, the rest of the main summoners looked at Yunxing as if they were looking at a corpse. This woman actually dared to challenge the Emperor Zhao in red. For decades, ever since the Emperor Zhao in red inherited the throne of Emperor Zhao, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Not to mention, she was just a young girl who was still wet behind the ears. Even the mayor of Grand Emperor City, who possessed the green dragon totem, did not dare to challenge the Emperor Zhao in red directly. Yunxing, the Emperor Zhao, cherish talents. Don't be so shameless. Your father is not worthy, and you are even more unworthy. The Emperor Zhao in red squeezed these words out from between his teeth. On the mainland, summoners had a natural sense of superiority over mages and warriors. The reason was that summoners could summon magic beasts. The red coat summoner Emperor, Ji Feng, even if he did not summon magic beasts, his strength was already at the level of mage god. Not to mention, the magical beasts he could summon were legendary beasts. He was also the only summoner on the mainland who could directly summon legendary beasts. Yunxing's challenge to him was like lighting a lamp in the toilet. She was courting death. Someone once said the same thing to me, but after saying it, he died. The Emperor Zhao in red also recognized that person. He was the mayor of Grand Emperor City, Xian. Yunxing sneered. There was a clear sound of people gasping. The main summoners, including the Emperor Zhao in red, changed their expression slightly. The death of the mayor of Grand Emperor City, Xian, was not a secret on the mainland. However, the rumor on the mainland was that he was killed by Yuan Buqi and the regent of Great Zhou because of internal strife in the city. However, from Yunxing's words, did not mean that Xian was killed by her. In reality, Xian was killed by the Golden Qilin. However, his totem, the Azure Dragon, was indeed subdued by Yunxing. Therefore, in a sense, Xian was killed by Yunxing. Although Xian magical beast was not an orthodox mythical beast, the Azure Dragon totem possessed the power of a god. Could it be that this girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old was actually a summoner with astonishing talent? The Emperor Zhao in red could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Aren't you afraid that your boasting will be exposed? If Xian died in the hands of a silly girl like you, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Just you alone, any one of us main summoners can kill you. The main summoners were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. Indeed, Yunxing had not summoned any magical beasts up until now. Moreover, Xian totem, the Azure Dragon, was a submythical beast. In order to kill a submythical beast, Yunxing would have to master at least one type of god-slaying magic. The god-slaying magic had been missing from the boundless continent for many years. At Yunxing's age, it was already very difficult for her to master a super magic, let alone a god-slaying magic that did not even exist in the boundless continent. Of course, everyone thought that Yunxing was boasting. Everyone burst into laughter. But at this moment, a golden figure flashed past. Accompanying the appearance of that golden figure was a strange sound that sounded like thunder or the whistling of swords. The laughter stopped abruptly. The main summoners only felt as if there was a flash of fire in front of them, like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their waists. Then, several streams of hot blood spurted out like a flood. The Emperor Zhao in red and Yun Songhai shuddered as if they had seen a ghost. Only Yunxing's eyes flashed with joy. In an instant, many of the main summoners who were mocking Yunxing were sliced in half from the waist down to the upper part of their legs. Without exception, all of them were sliced in half at the waist. And the attack that killed them was the attack of that golden figure. The golden light disappeared in an instant and landed beside the summoner, Yen Yun. The moment it landed, the Emperor Zhao in red and Yun Songhai finally saw it clearly. It was a demonic beast that was as graceful as a leopard and as strong as a lion. Its body was reddish gold in color and it had a pair of golden eyes that even the sun paled in comparison. It first walked to Yunxing's side and gently held her hand with its mouth. Then, it raised its head and looked at the Emperor Zhao in red and the seventh main summoner who was hiding behind the Emperor Zhao in red. That expression seemed to be saying that there was only one outcome for those who mocked her. The red-robed main summoner's face froze. The disdain that he had felt earlier had vanished. He had thought that the father and daughter of the Yun family were at the end of their rope. He did not expect that they would have such a reinforcement. In an instant, the main summoners in front of him turned from living humans into corpses that could not be any more dead. What kind of monster was that? It seemed to be a demonic beast, but there were no signs of a contract on its body. Also, what was the meaning of its gaze? Even demonic beasts were so arrogant these days. Yun Songhai was also dumbfounded. There were still traces of blood on the right forelimb of the golden demonic beast. Just now, this golden demonic beast had used its right forelimb to kill several main summoners. One move. It had only used one move. How was this a demonic beast? It was simply a killing machine that had returned from hell. What made Yun Songhai even more unacceptable was that this unknown beast was very close to his daughter. When his daughter saw it, a smile appeared on her face. She looked even happier than when his daughter had seen him, her biological father. Yun Songhai could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. When Yunxing saw the gold coin, she was also pleasantly surprised. She could not help but scratch the golden demonic beast's chin with her hand. The latter let out a low growl that was very comfortable. Before Yunxing came to participate in the Dutian summit, she had left baby sheep and the gold coin at the Great Zhou embassy. After waiting for a while, the gold coin could not help but come to find Yunxing. Following Yunxing's scent, it found the water prison. Unexpectedly, it happened to see several main summoners ridiculing Yunxing together. Since when did these useless people have the right to ridicule his woman? Why is there another one? Wasn't there a black demonic beast earlier? The seventh main summoner was scared witless. If he had not been smart enough to hide at the side earlier, he would have been a corpse now. A black demonic beast. The Emperor Zhao in red was shocked. He suddenly realized that Yunxing had more than one demonic beast. Chapter 1039. In the blink of an eye, several main summoners had been killed. The opponent's demonic beast strength was unfathomable. Moreover, it was said that Yunxing had other demonic beasts in her hands. Emperor Zhao. What's going on? Just as the main summoners were killed, the leaders of the major forces who were participating in the Dutian conference arrived. Earlier, Divine Wind and Duge Xiu were fighting fiercely in the sky. Duge Xiu had fought with him for hundreds of times, but he realized that Divine Wind had no intention of fighting with him. He was suspicious. At this moment, a golden light flew towards the Zhao state. The golden light was fast, but Duge Xiu recognized it at a glance. It was the unknown golden demonic beast that had been following Yunxing. That golden demonic beast gave Duge Xiu a strange feeling. It was almost inseparable from Yunsheng. Du Guxiu swept his gaze over the crowd of spectators and suddenly discovered that the few people led by Yunsheng were all missing. Could it be that something had happened to Yunsheng? Du Guxiu suddenly realized. He gritted his teeth in hatred. He had been tricked by Yunsheng again. Divine Wind, how dare you trick me? You don't want to fight with me at all. I don't want to fight with you. Du Guxiu didn't want to fight anymore. His figure flashed, and like a meteor, he flew towards the Zao state. Divine Wind had been waiting for Yunsheng for a long time. He was a little worried, so he followed Du Guxiu and went towards the Zao state. Li Qing and the vice president of the Hunters Guild looked at each other. How could they meet after this mess? The two of them could only bite the bullet and follow the two of them to the Zao state. The situation in the water dungeon stunned the four people who had just arrived. The main summoners had died tragically. They had been beheaded at the waist, and the ground was covered with dirty blood. Obviously, there had been a fierce battle earlier. However, who was the one who did this? The Emperor Zao in Red's face was pale. On the other side, there was an ordinary-looking woman with a majestic golden beast. Behind the woman, a man was holding a beautiful woman. Lon from the mainland's magic elite camp was also standing with them. Yan Yun, Miracle Dr. Yan, why are you here? The Crown Prince of Tang Yuan, Li Qing, recognized the ordinary-looking woman with a single glance. She was the imperial hand of Tang Yuan, Yan Yun, who had saved his mother before. Everyone, this woman is the Ba Huang tribe spy. She had good intentions and let the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe go. Originally, I had gathered everyone here to tell you that the Zao state had caught the celestial fox bloodline that could be used to repair the Dutian blood mark. However, they had let her go. Luckily, I had made arrangements and worked with Elder Si Ming to capture the celestial fox. Because of the appearance of the gold coin, more than half of the Emperor Zao in Red subordinates had died. The only one left was the useless seventh main summoner. The Emperor Zao in Red could not count on him. With Yunsheng and her golden beast, as well as Lan who still had the ability to fight, the Emperor Zao in Red could only join forces with the other countries if he wanted to stop Yunsheng and her family. The Emperor Zao in Red would not allow Hu Jiuxing to be rescued. Clap, clap, clap. The Emperor Zao in Red, can you be more shameless? I am the Ba Huang tribe spy. If I was a spy, Ping Lai would have been destroyed without breaking out of the prison. I was the one who discovered and exposed the first summoner and the volcano seal. If it wasn't for me, would you still be standing here? Yunsheng couldn't help but clap her hands loudly as she looked at the Emperor Zao in Red and mocked him. If she hadn't helped the Master of Molten Flame recover his strength, Ping Lai would have been destroyed during the Dutian conference. The Emperor Zao in Red, if it wasn't for me, the Zao state and Ping Lai would have been destroyed. Would you still be standing here? Yunsheng sneered. If she hadn't discovered the first summoner's plot and destroyed the volcano seal, Ping Lai would have been destroyed in the volcanic eruption. Not only was the Emperor Zao in Red ungrateful, he even bit the hand that fed him. The Emperor Zao in Red looked at Yun Sanghai and saw that the ninth summoner, Hu Jiuxing, was unconscious and nestled in his arms. They looked very compatible, and he was even more furious. As the leader of the Zao state, you didn't see through people and bit the hand that fed you. As for the woman in the water prison, she was an ordinary person who didn't practice magic or martial arts. The Emperor Zao in Red used despicable means to kidnap her and punish her. With such behavior, let alone being the Emperor Zao, you aren't even qualified to be a human. Yunsheng's sharp tongue made the Emperor Zao in Red's face turn red. The volcano seal. The first summoner betrayed him. And what about the celestial fox? The vice president of the Hunters Guild and the crown prince of Tang Yuan, Li Qing, were shocked. How could so many things have happened in just one morning? They were still completely in the dark. Duguxiu thought to himself. He didn't expect the first summoner of Penglai to be a spy sent by the Ba Huang tribe. He just didn't know which force he belonged to. You have no proof. Do you think you can confuse right and wrong just by judging your words? The Emperor Zhao in red argued. Whether it's true or false, we just need to ask the Master of Molten Flame. He is the guardian beast of the volcano and also the guardian of Penglai. He won't side with an outsider, right? Or are you all the same as the Emperor Zhao in red? You are all heartless and ungrateful. Yunxing looked at everyone from the corner of her eyes. Many of the summoners of the Zhao state had died, and the Emperor Zhao in red was alone. As long as these people were divided, Yunsheng was confident that she could let her father and Lan leave safely. Emperor Zhao, the immortal Zhu country is only here to participate in the Dutian conference. The immortal Zhu country will not interfere in the Zhao state's affairs. Divine Wind stepped aside. He glanced at Yunsheng a few times, and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Emperor Zhao, Master Yan Yun is my Tang Yuan country's master. He saved my mother before. Forgive me for not being able to help. Li Qing also stepped aside. What a joke. Everyone had a life and death cycle. He didn't know if he would need Yan Yun's help in the future. It was better to stay neutral and not interfere. The Emperor Zhao, you know the rules of the Hunters Guild. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. This girl doesn't seem to be lying. She saved the lives of my brothers and me. The Hunters Guild will not interfere in this matter. The vice president of the Hunters Guild also stepped aside. Among the few people from the metropolis meet, several people left in a short while, leaving only Ho Qin Duguxiu. Duguxiu looked at Yan Yun and the gold coin. Finally, he looked at the gold coin. To be exact, he looked at the gold coin's right forelimb. A vicious look flashed across Duguxiu's eagle-like eyes. It wasn't him. It was him. Yi Baiming. Ha! What a good Yi Baiming. After becoming like this, he still secretly followed Yunsheng. The Emperor Zhao in red, I am willing to help the Zhao state. Yunsheng's expression changed. She didn't expect that Duguxiu, a descendant of the 8 barons, would choose to join forces with the Emperor Zhao in red.